Good afternoon. I call the meeting to order for the October 26th study session. Madam Clerk?
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. So we're now going to current business, and the first item is clarification of items on the consent calendar. Councilmember Brenner, do you need any clarification regarding any items on the calendar?
I do. I'd like to get a report on item 8
Thank you.
from the staff.
Councilmember O'Neill? Councilmember Dixon?
I have nothing. Thank you.
Councilmember Balam?
I have none.
Councilmember Duffield? Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon? And I have none. Okay, now we're moving on to the...
Mayor?
Yes,
Over here.
sorry.
We are prepared to do just briefly some background on the agenda item 8 right now, if that works
Sure.
for you. Okay. All right.
Yes. Good afternoon, Dave Webb, Public Works Director. Question in regard to item 8. Item 8 has to do with a contract award for rehabilitation of the Cliff Drive Clubhouse. Real quick, I think the concern was about the project. The project's located on Riverside Drive. You'll see in the picture here. It's a small little clubhouse in the middle of Cliff Drive Park. We're basically doing some rehab of the building. We're going to be replacing deteriorated walls on the building due to moisture and age. We're going to be replacing inside stucco that has some water damage. We're going to be replacing the ceiling, putting some insulation in, new lighting, new HVAC systems, and then some exterior work, some replacing wood railroad tie planters and chain link fence with some concrete walls. Here's the picture of the clubhouse. You can see it's 750 square feet, not a big clubhouse. And you can see the little deteriorated planter in front will be taken care of. You can see the shot in the wall. That's typical along the wall. The wood has just rotted out over the years from the moisture and rain. Looking down at the clubhouse there, we do need to put a new walkway in because that's not ADA compliant. That tree in that picture in the forefront will be the one that's removed. It's a ficus tree that the roots are intruding into the building and also causing us having issues with ADA. Inside, you can see the picture. There's no insulation on the roof. This will insulate it. The picture on the right there is basically where the mold and areas on the wall, the drywall, are starting to have problems. Some more pictures of the outside. So that's kind of the project in a nutshell. Happy to take any questions.
I just wanted the community to know what we were doing there. That's a building that we used to have brownie meetings in when my kids were little, and I knew what condition it was in back then, so I just wanted Dave to share with the community what we're planning to do there.
Well, we've rehabbed it a couple of times in its lifespan, haven't
I
we?
think we painted it, put some bubble gum on it, a little baling wire. We put a new roof on it actually
Right.
about 4 or 5 years ago, so it's in good shape. But it's a small building. It's pretty easily done.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Here we move on to the housing element update status report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Avery and City Council members. I'm Simone Georges, your Community Development Director, and with me I have Mr. Jim Campbell, who's your Deputy Director. We want to give you an update on our housing element. As you recall, we submitted a draft to the to HCD back in August. We did receive comments back from HCD 2 weeks ago, about 12 pages of comments that we have to address. We want to share those comments with you. It's really going to be the high-level comments that we have, not all of them, of course. Tell you what our path is to go forward and what our next steps are going to be. We have about 14 slides for you. And at the end, Mr. Larry Tucker, who's chair of our Housing Update Committee, would like to address the City Council. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Mr. Jim Campbell. He'll go ahead and do the presentation, and I'll close it out at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Simone. Mayor, members of the council, as indicated, we've submitted our draft housing element to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for its 60-day mandatory review. Just real quick on the submittals in Orange County. So we have 35 jurisdictions submitting. Most of them were, well, I would say most, 11 out of 30 were done in October. And no one has received a letter indicating that they've got a draft that's certifiable at this point in time. So I just want to go over a couple of the highlights. So the biggest one is, you recall our discussions about accessory dwelling units and our assumption to use 1,000 units. It's just not supportable by HCD. The maximum projection we're looking at right now is about 48 units, maybe up to 125 units. We're trying to seek clarification from HCD, but at this point, we're planning for 48 units. So reducing that assumption changes all of our assumptions throughout all of the various study focus areas that we spoke about, and I'll be showing you what that does here momentarily. So, Banning Ranch. So there was some questions about Banning Ranch and whether or not that would be available during the planning cycle, and is it feasible given the environmental constraints. And so HCD is asking that we provide further information, and so we're busy doing that. You know, based on that outcome, and there may be some additional feedback that we get from HCD, and they may not agree with the inclusion of Banning Ranch here, but we are going to go in and update that narrative to better support use of a portion of Banning Ranch based upon those environmental constraints.
And just to note, we've heard that HCD reached out to the Coastal Commission and asked the Coastal Commission if Banning Ranch is even a plausible area for housing, and they said no. So HCD says, okay, well, we're going to add it as a comment to your HCD, to your housing element, and you need to justify it. They're not saying, no, you can't put housing there, but they're not convinced, and we have to make a lot of effort here to convince HCD that we can put housing on Banning Ranch.
All right, moving ahead, they want us to provide additional information regarding residential care facilities and whether or not our use permit requirement or any other zoning requirements are an impediment to creating residential care facilities, specifically the use permit for facilities of 7 or more occupants. So we're going to need to develop a policy initiative where we review the ordinance and make any necessary changes. So I just wanted to highlight that for you. Charter 423 is perceived to be a constraint by HCD, so they want additional information about it. How would we overcome that constraint? What is the vote schedule? What if the vote fails? What are alternatives? So this really goes to the heart of our charter. And so we'll be providing a narrative for HCD. Obviously, we can't guarantee a change in the charter, and the electorate may reject the housing that's embodied in the housing element when we get to that point. So we'll be providing that narrative in the housing element for HCD, and there'll be continued discussions with them. But this is a big one that we do need to discuss in the housing element, and I think the community is going to need to also take this into consideration. Moving forward, we have to provide additional analysis of how the city is affirmatively furthering fair housing. So really, it's more local data, analysis, and other relevant factors. It also wants to identify policy actions to further fair housing activities. So our current activities, which is really to fund our fair housing service provider for the community, is really insufficient. So we're going to have to step up and do additional steps here to ensure that we're compliant. Moving forward here, I want to get into some of the revised scenarios. Well, we really have one revised scenario here, and this is really reflecting of the change to the ADUs. So if you see toward the bottom, the ADUs, based on their feedback, we're going with 48, so that's a reduction of 952 units. In order to make up all the units that we would lose in the very low and moderate income categories, we've been adjusting all of the other areas, as I indicated, the airport area, West Newport Mesa, Dover, Westcliff, Newport Center, Coyote Canyon, and Banning Ranch. We also made an adjustment there, so additional units are being in every area. So all of those numbers are going up. It's also noteworthy that we're not changing the affordability percentages at all, but we did change some of the assumptions under the redevelopment percentages in order to meet these numbers. So the bottom line here, the total development of units went up 1,300 units. The ADUs obviously went down. The rezone strategies went up, and the reason for this is to not increase the affordability percentages to unsustainable levels. So we have to justify why we're picking 40%. So we have to provide that narrative in the revised document to HCD. So to increase it further, it might be also perceived as an impediment to affordable housing production. So we need to provide, we want to try to keep that as low as possible. And we have there 9% buffers in both the very low and moderate income, which was consistent with council's previous direction. All right, moving forward. Here we go, Sql Compliance. So we're going to talk a little bit in a moment about AB 1398, and it really requires the city to timely adopt a certifiable housing element. We underlined that, put it in red because it's important. Before, we just had to adopt a housing element, and we'd worry about certification later. It must be certifiable, and we have a deadline. And the issue now is that our project description for the EIR that we're preparing is still now in flux. And so now there is insufficient time to complete that project, and CEQA does provide an exemption. I also want to make sure that everyone understands that we will be doing an EIR. We will be not throwing out the existing effort, but modifying it, and we'll be using it as part of the land use element update and the zoning updates that these policies put forward. So we'll be doing the EIR at that time. It is in the future. Again, I'm going to turn it over to Simone to talk about AB 1398.
Thank you, Jim. So just to highlight, so we're not going to complete the EIR at this time. We're going to put it in abeyance and hold on to it. There's exemptions, and so we're going to go ahead and finish our housing element without completing the EIR. One thing to keep in mind for the City Council's information is that the governor did sign AB 1398 September 28th, and what that does is that creates a new penalty now for cities. So we have to get certified, adopted and certified by February 11th. And if we don't, if we go beyond that date and we are not certifiable, then there's a new penalty. And the new penalty is that the city has 1 year now to rezone its city for all that housing that we've planned. Before we had 3 years, and if we can't meet the deadline, now we're going to be pushed to 1 year. We have to do everything in 1 year. So that we have to come up with some shortcuts on how to pull that off. And we don't have 1 year from February, we have 1 year from October. So that's a new penalty now that the state has just implemented. Wasn't on anybody's radar, not even SCAG or the league. But that got assigned and chaptered by the governor.
Ms. Dixon?
Mr. Georges, would you talk about the word certifiable? So who decides if it's certified? That's HCD, correct?
That's correct.
What is our experience with HCD and prior housing element submissions?
They've been in our past 8 years ago. We have staff here that did go through this process 8 years ago, and we had a hard time getting certified. And at that time, it was only 5 units. So there was a lot of back and forth with HCD and staff was rushing to add additional language and policies to the housing element so we can be compliant. So definitely, they're not. They portray themselves as user friendly and they're here to help, but we have the kind of the opposite experience. So we have a lot of staff and resources committed to working on all these updates that we have to make right now.
So to that point, just seeing this through, this is now almost November 1st, and then we have the holidays and January, and this is due February 11th. So I'm not going to ascribe nefarious thought processes at HCD, but it's probably in their best interest to give cities like Newport Beach perhaps a hard time and keep challenging, and maybe threaten our completion to where would we be by February 1st if we're still going back and forth, they're submitting challenges, and then we finally do what?
Right. No, we're definitely in an uncomfortable spot right now. We're not comfortable with where we're at with HCD. We are going to try and do our very best from a staff standpoint, but as Mr. Campbell shared, 30 cities have submitted their housing element and no one's certified yet. Everybody's just waiting for comments, and we're rushing to address all these comments. I think we're all in the same boat. Orange County is not in a good position right now.
And so they were essentially under the threat of that sword of Damocles hanging over everybody, that we will just kneel and submit to everything they've said and change all of our planning because we don't want a penalty, or we have to get this done in a year instead of 3 years.
That's correct. We're forced to, if we don't get this to be substantially compliant and certifiable, the penalty is severe. The penalty is severe. We're getting shortcutted here with our review process and our community engagement. To do all this in 1 year, that's a heavy lift.
So just to be clear for the people listening, I mean, this is central planning from Sacramento of all cities, when we're not being singled out, I guess, taking over the planning function, the land use planning function, and zoning function as a result of all cities. And if we don't comply, there are onerous penalties.
That's true. Absolutely.
Okay, welcome to the state of California.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so to enforce all these rules, the state has created their own enforcement arm for HCD for housing. So it's called the Housing Accountability Unit. And they've staffed up. They've hired a new director. They have about 25 staff members. And they are empowered through law to take escalating enforcement action against cities if they don't comply with their housing element and they don't comply with the state housing laws. So there's an enforcement arm, and this is very new for all of us in California, but now HCD is, they mean business, and they're going to go and knock on doors and make sure that cities are compliant with their housing element and the state housing laws. And so what are we doing moving forward? So as we shared, we had one round of comments. We're going to update the housing element, and we're going to go ahead and resubmit a second draft to HCD by November 12th. We need to get comments back from HCD to say, we think we've satisfied all your questions, we've answered everything, and we need some comments back because, and they'll have 60 days to provide comments back, and so we expect to have comments by January 11th. If we still have maybe 2 pages of comments, great. That way we can continue to work on the housing element, continue to beef up where those areas that HCD finds that we're still weak on. But we want to go ahead and submit a new version to HCD November 12th based on all the information we kind of shared with you. And our goal is to come back to City Council and have this housing element adopted after we get the second round of comments, January 11th. We're not the only city that's going to go ahead and do a second round. From a timeline standpoint, you could see there, we're going to submit on November 12th, that's in red, and there at the bottom, come back to City Council February 8th to ask you to approve the housing element if we can get comments back from HCD and do a third round on the housing element and try to kind of meet that deadline. That concludes the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Larry Tucker, who's the chair of the Housing Committee.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait until
Okay.
after. Good afternoon, Larry Tucker. So this entire episode with the housing element update has really been fairly staggering and astonishing to me. But when the council first appointed the housing element update committee, I thought that our focus would end up being on sites. And if you read the HCD letter, in addition to some of the comments they made, in my mind, the 2 biggest problems with that letter is the site's capacity and the non-vacant sites being available for housing. Those are the 2 things that they have asked about. With the capacity, they've said, where'd your assumptions come from? And with the non-vacant sites, it's what's the substantial evidence that these sites, non-vacant site is HCD speak for a site that's in use. And if we list those on our sites inventory as a site we expect to be used for housing, HCD comes back and says, on what basis? What's your evidence that the existing use is going to go away? And so we can spend a lot of time attempting to write the justification and come up with something, but the reality is that what the city has done is taken the most aggressive approach we could. We went through, way before we got any letters from HCD, the committee that I chaired, almost single-minded focus was on identifying the sites in the city, and we went around through each one of those areas. It's called a focus area. We had a subcommittee look at every single parcel in those areas, and we graded them, and they were either sites that, that's pretty obvious, housing could go there, or maybe if some things happen, properties combine, potentially feasible, and then other ones were like a 12-story office building with 500 parking spaces on 3 acres. Well, that's not going to be housing, so we eliminated that. Every single site that we indicated was feasible or potentially feasible is in our housing element. The only thing we control is land use. And we have made every site available. Now we're going to have overlays, so there's going to be limitations. Once we get to certain levels, the housing rights will go away. but they're going to be there at the outset, and we will have done everything that we could do. You know, the state can't expect us to create a site out of thin air. They're not there. They don't exist. And all the potential sites that do exist, we actually analyzed every single one of them, every non-residential site in the city. We went through that of any meaningful size. And all of that information is documented from a year and a half, between a year and a half ago. This isn't something we decided, oh, we better run out and do that while HCD has given us this letter. We knew right from the get-go with our town it was going to be an issue of sites. So by creating these overlays, you allow the property owner to keep their existing use, but you also give them an opportunity to do a housing use. And remember, we're only supposed to plan for these uses. We're not supposed to guarantee that they're going to happen. So I think as part and parcel of what we submit back to HCD is we probably have, it won't be part of our housing element, but it should be part of our letter that we basically indicate to them, we've done everything that we can do. There's nothing that we're aware of, and no site that we're aware of that we haven't looked at. And Banning Ranch is just emblematic of the whole thing. You know, it's kind of like it's 400 and some acres, no housing on it, and somehow, too bad, you still have your same responsibility to come up with housing sites elsewhere. Well, we've come up with every single housing site already. I don't know how we can do anything further on that. So I'm as frustrated by this whole process as you folks are, undoubtedly. Fortunately, at this point, my committee's pretty much through dealing with it, and yours isn't. So good luck.
Mr. O'Neill.
So, Simone, I guess the thing that troubles me is the idea of submitting to HCD on November 12th, which would be between council meetings and no housing element update review. And so the reason that troubles me is because we have spent a lot of time working this through and having a lot of conversations with the Housing Element Update Committee and also City Council during study sessions and approving a pretty lengthy discussion. We spent a lot of time talking about the first submittal. And the second submittal is going to be touching some third rails in our city. And so, I mean, some of the things they're asking for example, they would like to understand how we're going to get around green light. That's a problem, right? I mean, I'm not sure that there's really a situation where even up here, we would be comfortable sending something to a state agency explaining to them how we're going to try to gut something in our charter. And frankly, it doesn't even matter if you agree or not agree with green light. We are in a position up here on the dais to protect what's in our charter. And so I'm trying to understand, how we would respond to them, because one of the things that we would probably have to tell them is that we will not be going through a green light vote until our land use element is approved. Of course, we will have to go through a green light vote on the land use element. So that we can do this and have a compliant housing element, and then if the green light vote for the land use element goes down, there will be nothing to build on some of these sites because it will have been voted down. And how we explain that to HCD and then also explain to them what we will do in response to that is a big policy decision. And so I worry about sending something to HCD without a discussion of this body, at least signing off on the language, especially on something dealing with that. I mean, I've got a few more, but if you wanted to talk to that, that'd be fine.
Certainly, Councilmember O'Neill, thank you. And it wasn't for us to gut the green light process at all. It was just, some justification of a path forward and what happens if the vote fails. And we haven't really put pen to paper yet. We're still kind of working on that. And I think you make a good point that it is a policy decision of the council. We can bring back at another study session, November 16th, with the draft version of the housing element before it goes back to HCD. I think we do have enough time. It'll delay us probably probably 4 or 5 days by the time we receive comments, but I think we could still do that. And we could come back with an actual draft version to the council on November 16th.
Yeah.
Or if I may add, given that we have a 3-week instead of the normal 2-week between council meetings, we can come back for a special meeting. And that might make sense too, because we do have a full agenda, I think, right now shaping up for the 16th.
So what's at the risk of annoying all of my fellow council members, I mean, what's the risk of the 5 days? So I'm not, that admittedly, I don't know what's on our next council meeting, but I'd rather just take this up in a regular meeting than a special meeting, if we could help it, even if we have to start an hour earlier for a study session. But where I'm going with this is, I mean, I'm not entirely comfortable delegating this entirely to you when we are going to be dealing with something of that kind of magnitude. Because to your point, pen to paper matters on this one a lot. And so I'd like to probably see what it would look like in terms of how we're responding to HCD dealing with something in our charter.
Certainly. November 16th, November 17th, those are dates that we can definitely, staff can bring back something to council or the housing committee. Anything beyond that, we're just running out of time for that second version.
Yeah, I'm not asking to go beyond that. But because they also touch on group homes.
It's true.
Right? Which, doesn't have that much discussion in our community right now. But no, it's a second, third rail. And then we also are dealing with, the ADUs isn't a third rail. It's awful the way that they've gutted our response to this. But the last thing, could you go back to the 40% slide? Because I'm trying to understand this one. Yeah, this one. So, I will admit, I have no idea how we could tell them that we're planning on doing 40% affordable on all of these properties, given especially not just our history, but I'm trying to understand how we are going to justify this one too. That's what I'd like to have a better understanding of.
Well, sure. The assumptions for 40% affordability are actually in the existing document. HCD is actually, questioning what are those assumptions, and because of that percentage, is it too high and is it an impediment? And so we're going to be beefing up the narrative. We don't have pen to paper yet on that, so we don't have a crisp response for you, but that would be included in the document to help support our assumptions across the board.
Sorry, I did know, I apologize. That question wasn't well articulated. I remembered that it was in there. I was trying to understand how we were going to respond to HC's questioning of that, because if we didn't do a good enough job on the first go round, second go round is going to be tough on that one. But
well, it also is an issue for when we get that second letter back, because if our response isn't sufficient to motivate them to call it certified, then we'll have to be providing additional information. And so hence the need to provide as much time as possible, in late January before we adopt it by February 11th.
yeah, all right.
Ms. Brenner?
Simone, because these are new laws and basically a new bureaucratic system that is being forced upon us, is there any kind of appeal process? Is there any place to go, or is it only the courts that you would try to, if you had, say we've done everything we can do and they still don't say, okay, that's certifiable, then what's our option at that point in time?
Thank you, Councilmember Brenner. We're out of options. We don't have any more options as far as from a procedural standpoint for appeals. If the only decision will be a policy decision if the council wants to take any action beyond that, if they want to include litigation. But from a procedural standpoint with the state, they're mandating all of this. We've already exhausted our appeal with SCAG. They didn't provide any cushion or changes or amendments to our RENA. In fact, our RENA went up through our appeal process. And now we are faced with new laws through AB 1398. We're out of options, frankly.
That's depressing. And what my other question was on their statement about our ADUs. I know we sent letters to the property owners asking them, Larry's committee did, asking if they would be interested in converting to residential. We've never sent letters to our homeowners asking if they would be interested in developing a ADU or a junior ADU. Do you think that would be worth doing?
At this point, it won't help with this housing document. But if we can stimulate ADU production, and we're still working on creating a program to stimulate ADU production, it does help us reporting, because we report to the state every year how much ADUs we produced. So the more ADUs we do produce, then there's really less need to produce those 8,000 rezone strategies. In a sense, if you can produce 200 ADUs, that's one big project less in the community. And the city can throttle back some of those rezone strategies if it chooses to. So there's still an incentive for us to advertise, market to the community, reach out to them. It just won't help with these numbers on the screen, but it will help in the long run as we go forward.
And you have a committee working on the ADU ordinance? Is
Yes,
that correct?
that is correct. We have the Planning Commission formed a subcommittee, so they just started working, reviewing the ADU ordinance and looking at to see what changes are to be made. Staff is working with web designers to beef up their website, standard plans. The council has already waived permit fees, so we've done a lot, and there's still more for us to do going forward.
And you don't think there would be any way that if we got enough response from the community saying that they were interested in doing this, that we could negotiate on this number with HCD?
I think the only negotiation, Councilmember Brenner, is whether it's 48 or 100 at this point. I don't think there's anything beyond that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just go back to what you and Mr. O'Neill were speaking about in terms of Greenlight? How are we responding to this? I mean, are we drafting that section that relates to our charter now? Are we seeking outside legal help? I know we have a consultant working with staff on this, but this is a significant, what do I say, overstep onto a city charter. And I know, obviously I'm not a lawyer, the city of Irvine challenged 15 years ago, challenged
It's true.
their arena and used the city charter issue as their position, and were unsuccessful. But anyway, courts have changed, judges have changed. I don't know. I don't know if we need to wait until November 17th and delay what is an important process. Can't we start getting some opinions now on how we would insert that language into the document?
Certainly. That is important. We are not waiting to mid-November to insert the language. We are definitely working on it now. We do need legal advice on it. We do have a little bit of case history with Encinitas, what they've kind of been through. So that's the best we have.
Similarly
right now.
with Banning Ranch, I mean, there's a long, obviously the Coastal Commission shut down that development plan. At the time, it was 800 units from the original 13, or give or take a few. I mean, we have good faith efforts to try to put housing. So I know we've talked about this. We've all talked about this. The city has made significant good faith efforts to put housing on Banning Ranch, and we hit roadblocks at every attempt. Again, from a legal standpoint, just to get some waiver. I mean, to make that attempt. I know we've talked about this before, but I would say that my recommendation would be, it seems to me that needs to be part of our submission. Also, in their comments, I remember reading, if you could just clarify, to prod my memory, when we have a Coyote Canyon up here, they were challenging Coyote Canyon as a probable site. What was wrong with that?
Looking back, HCD doesn't have any intimate knowledge of our city, so for them it's a landfill. So why you're putting housing on a landfill kind of stuff. So we have to go back and explain to them there's actually real dirt outside that zone. So
and it's not sitting on the landfill itself.
That's correct. And just to go back to Banning Ranch,
Yeah.
Councilmember Dixon, the Mayor Avery sent a letter to HCD explaining to them the conundrum we're in between coastal and the housing mandate. We've reached out to HCD, requested to have a meeting with them. And they have not responded to our mayor, and they have not responded to the city's request for a meeting with HCD. So we're just not seeing any incentive from them or any interest from them to be talking to us about anything.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brenner?
I have one more question. Simone, as you know, when Diane and I were on the call with the Coastal Commission on the short-term lodging, at least one of their commissioners articulated that he knew that we were between a rock and a hard place, and he mentioned our arena numbers, and he mentioned housing. He mentioned the effect on housing. And I'm wondering, is there any precedent, or would it be worthwhile to ask the Coastal Commission to back us in reducing our number by the amount that Banning Ranch we had planned for on Banning Ranch? So it seems like if they are cognizant of the fact that we are really stuck between a rock and a hard place, that maybe they would help us to push our case with HCD.
True. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask, especially right now in the time that we need the help the most. So we could definitely do that.
This might be, sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I follow up? Has anyone ever appealed their RENA designation to the California Coastal Commission? I know that sounds crazy,
Yeah.
but I'm asking for real.
So, Mr. Barkos, nope.
You're kind of smiling like that's crazy. Yeah, all right.
Crazy sometimes. works.
Well, they're anti-growth.
Mr. Duffield?
Well, this is pretty oversimplified, but I can't help myself. We asked Siri up here how many cities there were in the state of California. There's 482 of them. So you're telling me, well, they're not telling me, excuse me. So there are staff that are going to deal with almost 500 cities in the given amount of time with all the, you used a great word, intimacy of each and every city. It seems absolutely impossible that they could do that, and logistically speaking. The appeals, the legal battles, whatever. It seems like if 482 of us could gather our strength, we might be able to do something. Am I crazy with that? Sorry, but I'm frustrated.
So, Simone, where do you think we are compared to most other cities?
I think from talking to our consultants, some cities have gotten 20-page comment letters. Some cities have gotten less than 12. We have about 12 pages, so they got about 8 or 9. So I think we're in the middle of the pack. From a staff standpoint, we're a little worried on those items that we talked about. We have a lot of justification to do, especially on Banning Ranch. And I think we are going to try our very best, so I can look you in the eye and the council in the eye and the community says we've done everything we can. But we do have a little bit of concern as we go through this process. We can't finish the EIR because we don't have time. The project has changed now. You could see all those units. We have to include all those housing units just to balance it out because we lost the ADUs. So we're in the middle of the pack on the comment letters. We have a lot of justification to do on Banning Ranch. And so we're going to try our very best.
And looking out 10 years down the road, what's your thought? It seems to me this is just an impossible task for not only us, but a lot of other cities. So at some point, there's going to be a reckoning of some kind. I don't know what that looks like, but...
I do agree. There's going to have to be, the pendulum's going to swing the other way.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be. And there's only so much that the industry can develop. It's all about supply and demand. If there's no demand or there's limited demand, you're not going to build all these housing units in the next 8 years. It's just impossible. There's not enough labor to do it.
Right.
So I agree with it. There will be a reckoning.
There's parts of this we can't really control.
That's correct.
And we just have to get used to that ambiguity, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Do we have any other comments from council? All right. We'll now hear public comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. You knew I couldn't sit down and not say anything. Sorry, this is impossible. I'm so glad I'm not sitting in your seats. I wrote something up here, and I'm going to just mix this order up a little bit because I hadn't seen this. So one comment is that we have a 40% inclusionary calculation, but we don't have an inclusionary policy. So we have projects coming in at Mariner's Mile that are 5% affordable or 10% affordable. So we're already behind the 8 ball on that. That's just one thought. I do have some constructive ideas. We have, later tonight, we'll be talking about a $31 million budget surplus. So maybe we can't reach 1,000 ADUs, but maybe we can set up a program that helps process those by giving a grant to some of the existing granny units that allows them to bring their unit up to current code so that we can count those. So that would be one thing that we could maybe do. Second thing would be that we could do something with a housing trust for a 500-unit senior housing project that would take out a lot of those units. It wouldn't have to be the city's housing trust. It could be a nonprofit housing trust. I have some ideas about that. And it could be a public-private partnership. Maybe the city could purchase some land, and the housing trust could then get developers to bid on that, and it could be done that way. So there are maybe some creative ways to do this. We don't have much time. Clearly, this is something that we need to work on pretty quickly. The other thing that's not considered here in those numbers is the density bonus law. So those numbers are going to be higher than what you're looking at right now. I've not calculated that, but I was talking about 24,000 before. It's probably more than that. And the last thing is, we also have SB 9 and 10. Those are not considered in any of this. So that additional housing, those duplexes or 10-unit apartment buildings, should you approve SB 10 projects to be built, those aren't accounted for. And there isn't really a way to account for them in the housing element, but they might happen during the 8-year process. So, you know, there's just too many moving pieces here to really be accurate, and I don't know how you're going to do this, but anyway, I would love to help collaborate on any of these things, and we have a lot of active citizens that would also, I think, support those ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Curran. So I'm going to talk about this item that says residential care facilities requiring a CPU for facilities serving 7 or more occupants is a constraint. And my assumption, and you can clarify, is that it's a constraint on housing for residents. So I'll comment on this. 7 and overs can be either a facility that is, because it's a large building, houses over 7 people that are clients in drug and alcohol rehab. In this case, I'm assuming, as a group home, because it doesn't clarify if this is drug treatment or all treatment. But in the drug treatment, it's a large facility, or it's 2 6 and unders that operate together and are licensed as an integral facility. So the majority of people that are in these integral facilities and in 6 and under licensed and unlicensed, based on years of experience, are not residents of the state of California. And I invite any of you to come to my house on a Sunday afternoon and listen to someone who's just been admitted and just found out they're going to try to call the County of Orange and get his insurance from another state transferred to California so California can pay for rehab. There's a large number of people that are not residents. So we need to fight back against the idea that that would be a residential use. Second, many of the facilities that are 7 and over that would be considered integral are actually not licensed as 7 and over. They're 6 and unders that operate that way, but they're not licensed that way. So that's a nuance that needs to be thought about. Responsible 6 and under operators can still provide treatment. They don't need to be grouped together. In fact, in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision that was upheld on September 8th for the city of Costa Mesa, the Ninth Circuit said laws that regulate sober living home operators in multifamily zones require a separation requirement to prevent neighborhoods from being converted into institution-like settings. And I'll leave copies for all of you so you can read this. But this is important because they're saying that it also does not violate the Fair Housing Act. So you have pointed out that in the case of Banning Ranch, the state is trying to override coastal commission decisions. There are other decisions that are going to be overridden. But in this case, they're trying to override the very poorly constructed laws and regulation mechanism of the Department of Healthcare Services. So I know you understand this, but this is just yet another example where this one agency, which already has a job it doesn't sound staffed up to do, is telling all the other agencies what it's going to do. So this goes back to why my guidance, my encouragement to all of you is, as we look at the group home drug and alcohol residential facility discussion in Newport, that we vigorously staff up and we have resources so we can assertively team with other cities and address these issues, because that's what it takes. And finally, Mr. O'Neill, do you say this is a topic that is not in discussion or in discussion? I wasn't sure I heard correctly. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, Denise Oberman. A couple of thoughts, and when there's an urgent situation, I'm just going to remind you that in the turnaround world or crisis management world, we think of looking at things with a clean slate. And having said that, I know that just recently our staff and council have made an incredible effort to go to the Coastal Commission and have received their approval for a cap of the 1,550 rounded to 1,500 short-term lodging units. I also noted, I did attend that session, and I noticed that a number of the Coastal Commission members were a bit surprised at that number relative to comparable cities, and a couple of them did even make commentary as to, well, how does this fit into the overall affordable housing criteria? And what I'm wondering is there any way to consider, or is it worthwhile to consider a strategy whereby there can be some bleed off if STLs go inactive? So tweak the policy. I apologize after all the effort, but tweak the policy such that as there is attrition or lack of activity for some period of time, that there is a bleed off, for example, to get to a target of 1,000 units, and that could be used to offset in the count to the state as far as, it's not an immediate you have it, but certainly in the period of time, there could be some assumption, maybe 500 to be bled off. That would not, I know that could create some other headaches politically, but I think it's something worthwhile to consider. And I would encourage council and staff to consider that. And then the other thing is, as to the Islands Hotel, is potential reuse of that property or that site contemplated in these numbers for the reuse? So has there been anything exploratory that the city's done to know what's going to be done with that site? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, any other comments from the dais? All right. Now's the time for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. All right, seeing none. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mayor Avery. The City Council will adjourn to closed session to meet with the city's labor negotiators regarding all negotiations with those unions set forth under agenda item number 4A, and to meet with legal counsel regarding the initiation of litigation in regards to two matters, and I believe there might be a conflict to be announced.
Yeah, how do I declare a conflict on this, Aaron?
So, in regards to one of the initiation of litigation matters, Councilmember O'Neill will be recusing himself, not so much for a conflict of interest under the Political Reform Act, but for a potential bias issue. Thank you.
That works.
Thank you. We're recessed until 6 o'clock to the regular meeting. Good evening, everybody. I call the meeting to order for the October 26th regular City Council meeting. Madam Clerk.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
All right, and just in case anybody's here for the Corona Del Mar 76 station item, it's being continued to November 16th, is that correct?
No, that's the one that'll appear for the first time, so not continued.
Right, and appear for the first time, right. Thank you. Mr. Harper, is there a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Avery. There's no closed session report this evening.
Okay, now is the time for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Nadia Ka'aze will read us a prayer from the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Newport Beach. Will provide the invocation. Thank you.
O my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord.
Mr. Blom will give us the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk?
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
Thank you. Now is the time for council announcements and or reports from council members on committee activities. Councilmember Brenner, do you have any announcements or reports?
I do. Yesterday, Will and I met with the joint school board city quarterly meeting. We had 3 school board members there and the new superintendent of the school district, Wes Smith, who was very impressive. And I don't know about Will, but I felt like it was a really productive meeting, and I don't know that we have felt that in the past. So it was not taken over by any one particular group, and it was there was a give and take, and I really felt like they understood a little bit of what we were thinking, and we understood a lot about what they were thinking. So anyway, it was a very good meeting. And then my vector control meeting this month was very good. Mike Posey's here, the chair of the vector control. I just wanted to say I felt like we dodged a bullet this year, that we had a pretty easy summer. Yeah, don't tell people. So anyway, that's good news, and the West Nile virus did not get down as far as our coastal cities, so we were fortunate in that regard. Let's see, on the 76 station that will be on our agenda on November the 16th, the owner of that property is also planning on November the 6th, the Saturday morning, to have a community open house for the people in the neighborhood that have questions about that project and would like to talk with him and come down and have coffee and a donut. It's from 9 to 10:30 on November the 6th, Saturday morning, at the corner of Avocado and PCH. And Diane will report more on this, but Diane and I, along with the city staff, participated in the Coastal Commission meeting about short-term lodging, and I was just very impressed. And the thing that impressed me the most about them was that they really seemed to take our situation seriously, and they even acted as though, and some said, that we were being extremely generous in our $1,550 cap for short-term rentals in Newport Beach. And they had some other comments about how we are stuck between a rock and a hard place on RENA, and how the advancement of short-term lodging has contributed to our lack of housing in some of our districts. So anyway, it was a very interesting meeting, and we enjoyed it, and they were very respectful, and we've had sort of a contentious relationship with the Coastal Commission in the past, but they seemed very welcoming to us and appreciative of what we had done, and we were appreciative of them.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, my family and I attended the Battle of the Bay, which was a really fun game in the first half, and then it kind of got out of control in the second. But by then, we were gone because I've got 9 and 7-year-old, and when the second half is too long. But it was a lot of fun, and actually, the new superintendent Wes was able to toss the coin, which was really fun. Most of us also up on the council also attended the Newport Beach Police Department promotional ceremony, which was awesome because for the first time in a while we were able to do it in person. And so congratulations to our police officers that have promoted up. Let's see, I'm going to skip that because someone else is doing that one. On Saturday night, Creatures of the Night at Sherman Gardens from 5 to 8 p.m. They've got great advertising right out in front of that. My family and I will be at that one, so I encourage everybody. I think there are 2 nights. It's a lot of fun. And then the other one, sponsored by the Newport Beach Police Foundation, is the Halloween Trunk or Treat, which will be on the 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. And dress up in your favorite costume. It's over at the police station, and I think I said this, but it's sponsored by the Police Foundation. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, to follow up on Councilmember Brenner's comment about the Coastal Commission, our project application was approved 9-2. And I mean, that was, is Simone here? Is staff here? Thank you way back there because staff did an excellent job in making the case to Coastal that Newport Beach has been for decades an advocate of visitors coming into our community and renting homes to enjoy our beautiful community. I think really one of the factors, aside from the excellent work by staff, I think the housing situation has really had a dramatic impact. For example, Councilmember Brenner's district and my district 1, according to the just recent new numbers on the 2020 census, my district has lost 12% of its residential permanent population. Stayed in Newport Beach, incidentally, because our overall population numbers have not changed, but they're moving their permanent residency from the peninsula, from my district, similarly to Corona Del Mar. And the Coastal Commission and 2 of the commissioners who were the 2 no votes think there's a larger issue related to the housing impact, the lack of or the reduction in the available housing stock because it's been taken over by property owners renting their property for short-term rentals. So I think that was really the issue that went in our favor. Let me just get to where I was here to talk about this anyway. They approved our let me just give you a rundown on Coastal. So what did they approve, just so everyone knows? Actually, I didn't see this covered in the media. That's interesting. So I don't remember reading it in the pilot. So let me just give the community an understanding of what the Coastal Commission approved. They approved our short-term lodging ordinance, approving the cap of 1,550 permits, 3 times more than any other coastal city in California, with a 2-night minimum. Now, our ordinance that we submitted was for a 3-night minimum. They wanted 2-night, and we didn't argue with that. So that does promote more weekend rentals. We see this as a win for residents, and we're very pleased to have a win for our residents. And additionally, Newport Island will see enhanced regulations with owner occupancy requirement only in Newport Island. And 1 parking space is required, which is what we had recommended. And tighter, this is what our ordinance we passed, is for a tighter occupant load, 2 persons per bedroom plus 2, a total of could be 10. This is a very big win for our Newport Island residents and overall for our community. Just from a process standpoint, this item now, this is the Coastal Commission, so they approved the city's ordinance with modifications, so it will come back to our council, and we will review it on November 30th and ratify the Coastal Commission's modification of our ordinance, and then we send it back, the city sends it back to the Coastal Commission, and we will hear back when their acceptance, receive and file in January. So we've got those multiple steps to take care of, but we are very pleased and look forward to coming back, and we could ratify this for our community. Incidentally, Councilmember Brenner and I and staff, prior to the Coastal Commission meeting, we did meet with some of our operators, and we're delighted that they were not opposed to this, and so there was no opposition from the city of Newport Beach. Did you mention the service award? We had the service award recognition luncheon last Friday, was it? Thursday, a week ago Thursday, I guess. And it was the first time in 2 years because of COVID. It was canceled last year, normally in June, so it was in October. I want a big thank you to our business community, the Newport Chamber, and the restaurants, a long list of restaurants, and expert chefs. I'm looking at Mr. Rosansky out there, and he coordinated all of it. So thank you, and it was just really fun to recognize the employees and their hard work. All the employees, and Ms. Brenner and I and staff served. We served, so we ran out of hamburgers, but and veggie burgers, but we made it through. So it was really a fun day, and happy that our restaurants support. We had our first meeting on our redistricting. Are you going to mention that? On our redistricting, our ad hoc committee on redistricting. Well, anyway, so as you probably all know, all levels of government, congressional, state, local, county, and our city must look at our districts based on the 2020 census. So we had our first meeting of our ad hoc, and this is a real formal process because we definitely will be having public meetings, and we will come to council and talk about this in a more formalized way. But the public is very, very much involved in this process and will be key. I did also attend the police ceremony. That was great to be face-to-face with our great public safety officers and support them in their career advancements. Also, I guess I'm going to, I see my notes here, I'm going to A1, the following item, consideration of a resolution supporting the Support Action for Spent Fuel Now Coalition, which facilitates a network of stakeholders to make off-site spent fuel storage and/or disposal a priority at the federal level, including for the San Onofre Nuclear Generation Station site. And I think that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Blum.
Thank you, Mayor. I also got to attend the police promotion event. It was amazing. It was nice to see all the officers' families involved, and I think that was really what struck me. There was so much emotion. I think it's hard to understand. Sometimes we see people in uniforms and with their badge, and we don't necessarily put the emotion to what it is that they do, but they're all striving to do something better for the community, and it was great to see a number of our staff become sergeants and lieutenants and really see the emotion involved with that. It was just beautiful, the first one I've ever got to attend, so that was amazing. We were at a CDMRA meeting with Mrs. Brenner. She was there running it, as always. It was exciting. Everyone had nothing but wonderful things to say to me. I thought that was excellent. We followed that up with a beautiful Aviation Committee meeting. Also, nothing but uplifting. We are making amazing strides, and Ms. Dixon chairs that committee, and we have a great time over there. And actually, probably one of the best groups of members. And Tara, who heads that up, is unbelievable. We've made amazing strides getting communication with both the FAA, the airports, and the general aviation operators. So I think we're making great strides there, and I really commend city staff on making that happen. And then we have a small business clinic coming up. That's very exciting due to the oil spill. Assemblyman Cotty Petre Norris, our city, and the Small Business Development Center. We're hosting that on November 2nd. So for anyone that's been impacted, anyone that's looking for some answers, if there's dollars and cents flowing their way, we are offering a free clinic. It's going to be November 2nd here from 5 p.m. to 8:30. And there's a no-cost consultation with that department. It'll last about 30 minutes, and you can kind of run through it and see what you might be able to get out of that. And I think it's a great first step in making, something that wasn't the greatest thing that happened to our city, something that might work out in the end. So that's all I have to report today.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner, do you have something else to add?
I did. I forgot to mention my slide, which we have new flyers that we're giving out to all of our businesses or residents if they want them. But it talks about our Say No to Panhandling and Yes to Good Giving campaign. On the back of it, it talks about how helping sometimes hurts if we give money to panhandlers. Individuals experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity are more likely to refuse much needed services if they can subsist on handouts. That's why the City of Newport Beach is asking residents, visitors, and businesses to say no to panhandling and yes to good giving. You can help support Newport Beach's efforts to provide shelter beds and access to a variety of services, addiction treatment, mental health, family reunification, and more for those in need. The Good Giving campaign also provides direct donations to help in the continued success of recently housed individuals, and that's newportbeachca.gov/give. But I've already delivered some of these to Rose's Donuts because some of their patrons were telling me that they would sit there in the morning and watch the people that were in line get into their purses and wallets and actually give money to the homeless people who were hanging out there. And it's not good for Rose's business. Rose's business tries to discourage that, but people want to help. And so if they understand that the really best way to help is really to go through our services, then we can get more people to the help as they need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. I did a lot of important stuff last week. But forget all that. I'm proud to announce our 4th annual Halloween Spooktacular.
Yeah.
There she is up on the screen. And anything Laura Detweiler does, our Parks Recreation gal, it's a kick. So if you have kids the right age that like this stuff, it's at Mariners, a new location. It's at Mariners Park, not where it was. And there's just a ton of things to do, and I know for sure my grandkids will love it, so I hope to see you guys out there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon.
Thank you. I also attended the promotion ceremony for the peace officers, and there are 2 times I think you can get away with speeding. One is when your wife is in labor, and the other is when you're going to promotion ceremony. So if ever you want to go somewhere quickly, join us at Newport Beach Community Center to congratulate the fine men and women of Newport Beach PD.
Thank you. I also attended the Employee Service Awards. I guess it was about my 5th time doing so. It was just great. Beautiful day. Everybody was having great lunch on the lawn and set up a buffet out here. And I just think it's so important to take a break and celebrate the people that make this city so great, that work every day, from opening the storm drains on Balboa Island to keeping track of all the contracts. It's just, there's so many great people working in this city, and they're doing that work every day. And we've really got a great team here. And it was really good to see our directors, our city managers, city attorney, clerk, serving those folks and our council members, serving folks that really make the city kind of work every day. And then one of the benefits of being mayor, you get invited to things, and I think most of the council all the council got invited, but my wife and I attended the Newport Beach Film Festival opening, and that was really something. And it all centered around the history of Vans shoes in Costa Mesa, and what a story that is. And there were some famous skateboarders in attendance. My wife knew their names. But there was, and so the first film was a bio-documentary on the founder, Paul Van Doren, and it's called Never Catch Pigeons. You'll have to see it to figure that out. But it was absolutely great, and it is much more than about Vans. It's about character. And he has like 12 life lessons that they key on through this documentary, and it's an extraordinary story of persistence and then a sudden sort of breakout into popular culture for that company. And of course, it's still just going strong. So I highly recommend that. And the film festival, along with so many great events that we have in this town, we attended the Jazz Festival about 3 weeks ago. That was another extraordinary one. You shouldn't miss these things. That's what I'm saying in short. Don't miss the film festival opening and attend the films and the jazz festival. I'd never been to it before, and I'm sorry I hadn't been going previously. So thank you. So we're now on to matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda. And so I'll read this, and then the council will decide on whether to place this on our agenda. And so item number 1 here is council members Dixon and O'Neill have asked council to consider supporting Representative Michelle Steele's legislation stopping hazardous incidents in the Pacific Ship Act, seeking to ban cargo ships idling or anchoring 24 nautical miles, that is, or less off the Orange County coast. So this keeps the emissions and all the pollutants away from us. And should we take all the risks? So we take a straw vote, please, to hear this? All right.
That's unanimous, 7-0.
Item number 2, Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon has asked the council to consider requesting a resolution and supporting letter addressed to the California Redistricting Commission stating the desire of the city of Newport Beach to be a part of the coastal Orange County Congressional District that includes all coastal Orange County cities that have shared community interests and face similar challenges. Let's take a straw vote.
Unanimous, 7-0.
Okay, that's going to go on a future agenda. And number 3, Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon has asked council to consider supporting the Water Infrastructure Act of 2022, a proposed legislative ballot initiative which calls for the state general fund revenues to be annually allocated towards projects that create additional water supply for the state, helping to achieve short and long-term water resiliency. And boy, do we need that. Let's take a vote.
Unanimous, 7-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 12. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine, will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Great. Councilmember Brenner, do you have any items to pull from the consent calendar or conflicts to announce related to items 1 through 12?
None.
Councilmember O'Neill? Councilmember Dixon?
None.
Councilmember Blom?
None and none.
Councilmember Duffield? Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon?
So as a record, I have none.
And I also have none.
Great, that's the first time I think it's happened in the history of me been 7 years in the council. Mr. Mayor, I move the balance of consent calendar items 1 through 12, period.
No.
Great. All right. The second? There we go. All right, please vote. Public comment? Sorry.
Mayor Avery, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. Regarding the consent calendar on item number 6, which is the creation of a council committee to make a recommendation to you about residential care facilities, I would reiterate the comment I tried to submit to you in writing. I think that recommendation would be better if it came from a citizens committee rather than a council committee. And secondly, on item 11, which is your appointments to the 2 vacancies on the amazing aviation committee that we heard about, you might ask Councilmember Duffield, while he is passing over 2 applications from longtime participants in the aviation committee meeting, and is instead asking you to appoint to that committee a person who, to the best of my knowledge, has never expressed any interest in matters related to our airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on the consent calendar items?
Mayor Avery, is it generally that you ask members of the public if they'd like to see an item pulled and then bring it back for consideration? Or we have to change the process?
Don't generally do that, Mr. Hart.
No, you just have an opportunity to comment on any of the consent items all at once, and the public does not pull any of the items themselves.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Laura Curran. I'd like to talk about this item to establish an ad hoc committee on residential group homes. So reading the staff report, my assumption is that it's based on drug and alcohol, but there are other types of group homes. So first of all, I have questions related to the scope. The scope calls for it to be about licensed homes, 32 licensed homes. However, if you are addressing this issue, you need to address licensed and unlicensed homes together, because bad operators combine those licensed and unlicensed homes into larger facilities which have a detrimental impact and are unregulated and not following the guidelines set out by DHCS. So if you want to be effective, you need to consider all of them. But stepping back, I'd like to thank Councilmember Brenner, Councilmember Dixon, and Councilmember Duffield for convening a meeting on October 11th at the City Library. They together brought to the meeting, I have never seen this, Supervisor Katrina Foley, Cotty Petrie-Norris, Senator Dave Kim, and DA Todd Spitzer to talk about their concerns about drug rehabs and group residential homes in Newport Beach and Costa Mesa. And they committed to following through with our city and with the residents. And I will say personally, each of them has contacted me since then on this issue and are pursuing actions. So what I want to mention is that the ad hoc committee is a step on a path. I'm concerned that so an ad hoc committee can recommend to have a management plan. And I'm here to say right now that one of the recommendations is that there needs to be a vigorous, ongoing management plan proposed with expert counsel, so legal experts this is their specialty. We have a city attorney that works on many issues. It's unfair to take an issue this complex and ask our city attorney to add this topic, which is very complex to his job as well. So we need expert legal counsel. We also need lobbying resources, because we have an opportunity to work with our county and our legislators to pursue policy, to pursue relationships with the new director of enforcement at the department, the new director of the Department of Healthcare Services. But we need people who know how to do that. Just like for the Coastal Commission, hiring the right experts helped us to be successful. So I know that the 3 people who convened the meeting are dedicated to this issue, and my assumption is that the short-term nature of the ad hoc committee is one step on a path to having a long-term management plan. So that's the main piece I want to bring forward. I also want to point out that the legislative opportunities are strong. We just had the Ninth Circuit case, which upheld the City of Costa Mesa's ordinance, and the legislators are willing to take action. So thank you, and I hope you consider this, and other members of the public also reach out to you with their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the agenda items? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it up. Oh, we got one more? Okay. If you're planning to speak, please come down a little early here and sit in the seat.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erica Kane. I'm a resident in Upper Newport Bay neighborhood. I also wanted to echo Laura's comments and thank all of you for having that town hall meeting a couple weeks ago. I would request that for this ad hoc committee that we do involve the residents. We are intimately involved with these facilities, and they are in our neighborhood. So I would hope that this ad hoc committee would have the voice of the residents that are living next to these people each and every day. In our case, as you guys all may be aware, but I'll remind everyone, we have a new situation where we have a facility that is trying to request or has a license pending for a social rehab facility, which is a mental health facility through the California Department of Social Services. And this is, a very serious mental illness, and we want to make sure that this is appropriately addressed with this committee. So I would just ask that you get the residents involved with this ad hoc committee as well. Thank you.
Joy, do you want to speak?
I just wanted to ask Aaron a question about why we limited this to just the licensed facilities.
Well, we have a very broad definition of residential care facilities, so it includes all the general licensed, the general unlicensed, whether they're 6 and under or 7 or more. So I think it's broad enough to cover the issues that Laura's mentioned.
Okay, and second question, if our committee decides, if formed, they decide that they would like to include residential members in our committee, how would we go about doing that?
So if you're to include residential members as members of the committee, then it would become a Brown Act committee. It's currently set up where it's not a Brown Act committee, so you'd have to bring it back to City Council for approval of that, to add the members.
But that doesn't mean we can't include them in our conversations, isn't that true?
No, as committee members, you can basically get input, solicit input from people that you need input from.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor and council members, Denise Oberman, I wanted to thank you for bringing this issue forward and echo Laura Curran's thanks to council members Duffield, Dixon, and Brenner for having the meeting on October 11th. This issue, I agree with Laura, it is a step with a path forward. However, this issue is not new to this city. What's happened is it's come back up through maybe a lack of ongoing management and administration of ordinances that we do have on the books, that were put on the books through a considerable amount of effort. I've spoken on this at previous council meetings, given testimony already. The ordinances that we have are very robust. They've stood the test. They have not been defeated in the courts, and in fact, recently, most of the provisions of those ordinances have been reaffirmed through the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals recent ruling relative to the Costa Mesa jurisdiction. By the way, Costa Mesa did model their ordinance initially off of the Newport Beach ordinance, and they approached a few things in the ordinance somewhat differently. And so it does let us know that there is an opportunity. Just is very important to have ongoing management so that we're not just at the back end. And I just wanted to make the point that we do have tools that are already in place, so we don't have to start from ground zero on this. We just need to fast forward on the understanding and move forward with implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the consent calendar items? All right. One more. There we go.
Good evening, Stephen Fusswinkle, Santa Ana Heights neighborhood. I echo all the comments. Thank you for everybody that was involved in that meeting and the follow-up that's happened since. Really, really do appreciate it. And I know I speak on behalf of everybody that lives in my community in the Santa Ana Heights neighborhood, so thank you for that. Not putting words in their mouth, of course, right, but I know there's a lot of appreciation. But we do want to make sure that our voice is continue to be heard, so I do appreciate the effort in keeping us involved as much as possible. And if that means that it changes to something, the city attorney mentioned, more of that different type of committee. I mean, if that's the right way, or if it's to be involved, more indirectly. But the lower the involvement, the more presence that we'll have here. And so I think it'd be better if we had a focused discussion and could bring it periodically to this wider committee. One of the things I brought up, and I know I've mentioned it to many of you in email, is just the follow-up. I think is going to be very important. I know I took a lot of actions out of that meeting on behalf of others, right? Just keeping some of my own notes. So the more of those actions that we could make sure are widespread to everybody, and everybody's aware of the full level of discussion and the detail and the actions that were taken, I think we'll hopefully progress pretty well. But thank you very much, and please keep us involved wherever it's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on consent calendar items?
Good evening, council members, city officials. My name is Bill Lyon. I live in the Upper Newport Bay neighborhood, and I'd like to be a part of the task committee to study the rehabilitation sober living homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on consent calendar items? All right, I don't think we have any here, so bring it back up to the dais. Yep, we've got a first and a second, so please vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 3, ordinance 2021-22, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach adopting zoning code amendment CA 2020-001 to amend Title 20 Planning and Zoning of the City of Newport Beach Municipal Code, correcting setback map errors. Councilmember Duffield. Your thumbs up? Oh, he said thumbs up. Okay. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Now we have public comments on non-agenda items.
Good evening, Council. For the record, I'm Shauna Councilman, and I live on Lido Island. Adjusting to reading glasses. So, on the 13th of October, I attended the Harbor Commission meeting and watched the City of Newport Beach and their consultant Anchor QEA present. As you all know, I have been, for over 3 years, deeply involved in trying to understand the placement of a CAD in our recreational residential harbor. Anchor QEA and the City of Newport Beach presented misinformation, inaccuracies, and used slides from the Palmer team's presentation inappropriately. I was appalled by that. Why was the Harbor Commission allowed to remove the rights of the Palmer team to present a viable alternative to you, our elected representatives? It was disrespectful to Palmer Luckey, who has spent a large sum of his own money to help research and ultimately was promised he would be able to speak in front of council and let our communities know there is an alternative. It is a CDF, a confined disposal facility. Why would Harbor Commission squelch a viable alternative? Backup plans are a security blanket. For instance, the Water Quality Board has already kicked back the 401 permit for the CAD. You can't even approach Coastal Commission without that. We all know how slow the Coastal Commission process is because they are thorough. And if water quality doesn't like it, you can be assured Coastal Commission won't either. The bottom line is Palmer and his team worked very hard, and he invested his own money for a better idea for our bay. No personal gain other than doing the right thing. By the way, the Water Quality Board does not like the CAD. So ask yourself, what does happen? What are your viable options if you don't get your 401 permit? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brent Mardian, and I'm one of the representatives from Team Palmer. I prepared some remarks. Hope I can get through them here. First off, we wanted to thank the council for empowering Team Palmer to go through this exercise and essentially look for alternatives to the CAD that wouldn't be placing contaminated material in the middle of Lower Newport Bay. Many of the clients that are part of the Team Palmer group, as well as Palmer Luckey himself, we're taken aback by the lack of public options that were presented to the homeowners of Newport Beach. They found that every time a question was asked, it led back to the CAD, including concerns from Regional Water Quality Board and the coast keepers here in Orange County, who expressed concerns about the CAD, but it was still the CAD and the CAD only. So I'm not going to belabor a lot of the sort of conflicting messages that we found during this process, but I did want to point out one thing that was probably the most egregious example of how things were sort of manipulated, and that is in the monitoring and reporting program. The big concern for a lot of these homeowners is when you dump this material in the bay, that plumes of DDT are going to come off of this and basically, make their way around the bay. So that was expressed in several of the meetings. So the monitoring and mitigation plan basically allows for higher turbidity. So they used a regulation that was for clean material and not for dirty material and for short-term dredging, and also takes 0 environmental samples. So even if DDT was spreading, there's actually going to be no data there to tell us how bad it was or where it went. So, those are 2 things that the council should be concerned about, and all the recreational and homeowners who live in Newport Bay. So that kind of, sort of questionable environmental analysis is what really prompted the Team Palmer investigation. Mr. Lucky put a significant amount of his own resources in here, and not to come and complain, but to help find a solution. And that is very odd in today's world, where somebody actually puts their own money on the line in order to help their city find the right way to go, because he's concerned that conflicted consultants and public work egos might be impacting the decision on where that material goes. And as it turns out, there's possibly 2 places. One is castaways and the other is dunes. There's nothing in the regulations that say they are unpermittable. Nothing. But there were some misrepresentations in the October Harbor Commission meeting, where our group did not have a chance to respond. So it was almost like being mugged at some level. The council empowered Team Palmer to come back to you guys and tell you what we found. We've met with a bunch of you. I didn't have a chance to meet with all of you. I'm disappointed I didn't have a chance to meet with you, Mr. Mayor. I think I would have enjoyed that. And we wanted to come back and tell you guys what we found. We knew Public Works and their consultants were anti-alternatives. There's nothing new about that. The question was, did they do their job? And we wanted to report to you, and we can report to you now that no, they didn't. There's 2 options that are still on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Mayor Avery, members of the council, my name again is Jim Mosier, and on a completely different, almost completely different subject. In her comments earlier, Laura Curran mentioned the occasions when the city wants to hire a lobbyist to lobby for the city in front of other agencies. And I wanted to try to call to your attention, as I attempted to do in writing, I don't know how many of you saw that, what seems to be our dysfunctional lobbyist registration system that we attempted to put in place last year. The intent of the effort was to give the public at least some minimal comprehension of how many people are being paid to lobby you, commissioners, and key staff members. But as it turns out, after a year, very few people registered in the first year. Almost none have registered currently, and those who do not indicate on their form what they're lobbying you or staff people about. So it's a system that is not providing the result that we were promised a year ago, and it really needs to be looked at again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about post-COVID opportunities. Not that we're out of the woods yet, but assuming that we are at one point in time. The city has experienced the tragic effects of COVID on our lives, including the impacts to our businesses and our commerce. I would hope we've all learned, hopefully a lot. One observation I've had is the effect of temporary outdoor dining has had on restaurants, both pro and con. I would like to recommend the city evaluate the apparent beneficial effects, and if they in fact are beneficial, incorporate those effects into future regulatory changes. Sort of like an opportunity for us to relook at planning that was done a long time ago. For example, there's been much talk about McFadden Square and the need to update that in the future. Perhaps in certain areas such as McFadden Square, temporary outdoor dining, which appears to have proven quite successful at some locations, however, it has come at a cost, the loss of parking. I believe there are low-cost solutions that can replace the public parking lost. and that this type of enhancement would be of great long-term public benefit. I would like to recommend that the council instruct staff to look into this and report back its findings. I'd like to talk about one other topic, which is just the one that I just heard about, the Lucky's plight. I took a look at that. I'm a boater. I know about pollution. I don't know if you all know, but some of you are boaters and you know about the 60-mile bank and what practice that was many, many years ago. It's not done anymore. They took the stuff they didn't want to put on land and took it 60 miles out and dumped it. You're putting it in the water and you're covering it up. This is not an acceptable solution. We need to keep looking for alternatives. That's my recommendation to you. Don't shun these people. Invite them in with open arms and say, please, help us. Help us. We need it, because this is not a good solution I'd want my name on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Nancy Scarborough. I just want a point of information. We had a study session about our RENA allocation and the housing element, the draft housing element, and we have had an abysmal report, and we're in a bad situation. I did want to point out that there is still a California ballot initiative that will probably make its way to the November 22 ballot. It's now got a name. It's called the Tripartisan Land Use Initiative, and it will be ready for collecting signatures soon. It will return local land use control and zoning control to the cities. The city of Newport Beach could write a resolution in support of this, and there will be opportunities for people to sign petitions to get it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And just briefly, in regard to Nancy's comments, Councilmember Brenner previously requested that to come back to council. That'll be coming back as an A1 item at the next meeting.
Hi, good evening. In the interest of so much information that needs to be processed this evening, I'll be very brief. I'm here to speak about the Planning Department's, Planning Commission's approval of the 76th station that was improved without mitigation. It was originally presented to the community in February of 2019. It came up at planning and was approved without any of the considerations that the community voiced at the time, without mitigation. And they are, really specifically, traffic. We request that before it comes up to you on November 16th as an agenda item, that we begin a study for traffic ordinances and how traffic has so been impacted in that situation since 2019 when it was presented. We really were bothered by the fact that variances were granted to the city plan for improvement and sightliness. As residents, we say, why variances? Yes, a business has an opportunity to expand and enhance their business, but they shouldn't necessarily be given variances. The variances were landscaping, hours of operation, proximity to residences. I realize I'm too close. Anyway, before it comes to your full council consideration, we'd like an opportunity as residents to have our concerns listened to and addressed. One of the most significant ones was the impact on traffic, and our traffic engineer cites the ITE manual that was last revised 3 years ago. The new one is out now, but this proposal wasn't included in those new findings. There are other organizations that have different views about land use. One of them is a legal advocacy group that addresses land use issues, and the chips generated by convenience stores and with gas pumps is significantly different than what was projected by our city. More in terms of 2,500 car trips a day when a convenience store is added to a pump station with 4 pumps. So I can't guess what that really means, but I think the experts should have an opportunity to look at it carefully. The last time this convenience store was addressed or remodeled was 50 years ago. It was consequential then. We're going to have a decision before us. It's going to last, hopefully, 50 years. We won't be here, but hopefully we'll have done good planning, and it'll be something that'll be an attractive addition to the community. I thank you for your time. I want to thank the board member that brought it up to you to give us an opportunity to talk about it as a community and get the best answer for the residents, the community, and the businesses. We want everybody to be winners in this situation. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And just briefly, the 76 station item will be coming back at the next council meeting for consideration by the council.
Hello, my name is Gina Cruz and I live on Newport Island. You've seen me a few times here talking about the STRs, but I'm here tonight to just say I'd love to say thank you to all the staff and all the people in the background who really did a fantastic presentation to Coastal, and I just think they really deserved a shout out, and they really deserve our appreciation, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Okay, this is for comments on the non-agenda items. All right, seeing none. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. On the issue in Santa Ana Heights, we have to be really careful what we say, and it doesn't really involve us, but I think we could allocate funds towards government relations up in Sacramento. So I will be A1ing that for a future council item. So those resources can go. We can avoid any situation, but we can help hopefully persuade some legislators who might step up and do the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we'll now go on to the public hearing item. This is item 13, an ordinance number 2021-23, Fifth Amendment to the Hoag Development Agreement, and council's seen this a number of times, these amendments over the years. Do we want a staff report? Probably not. Okay. Do we have any council members with questions, Mr. Muldoon?
So for those in the audience and my colleagues know, these are called development agreements. An entity like a private builder, in this case Hoag, will spend money in exchange for preserving their rights to build something. And everyone knows I'm pretty much against these agreements in their entirety when it comes to private developers. I am especially when it comes to Hoag. They're such a pillar in the community. They did so much with COVID, and I'd rather every dollar go towards better health care in the community than going to a city that quite frankly is doing incredibly well due to high property tax revenue and due to federal funding that's been spent. So this is a little bit of a Hail Mary, but I'm going to make a motion to cut this in half essentially. I think that Hoag paying $3 million is incredibly generous, and we owe them a lot of gratitude for all their hard work and the quality services that we all enjoy. They are an extreme partner with our emergency 911 services and with the residents who have critical emergency issues, and I'm just kind of hoping I might get a second on this.
I'll second that. I totally agree. Thank you.
And just for clarification, is that cutting in half the 5.4 million or the 6 million total? They've already paid 600,000 under the development agreement.
Yeah, it would be, yeah, I mean, I think that they'd pay half of the annual amount, and maybe the last year they don't, it gets adjusted somehow. I'm really flexible on that. That's not really what I'm concerned about as much as I am just how we're treating our partner.
Any other comments?
Sorry, can I ask a clarification? So the amendment tonight that we're talking about is it's the additional amendment, so it's the 3 million, not either the 6 or the 5.4. Right. So I mean, we're really talking about the 3. So if we're cutting it in half, it's the 3, not the because we've already made those amendments. So the amendment tonight is the 10-year addition.
It's the additional
Sorry,
10
That's right.
years.
Yes, it is. Thank you for the clarification.
The additional
Councilman.
3.
All right,
Good
that's
finance
3.5.
committee man right here.
Okay, yeah, because it replaces the whole section though. So I just want to, that's part of the reason I was bringing it up for clarification. So it'll be the 3 million for the next 10 years.
Yeah, and that's how I understood him. His comments were the subsequent 10-year agreement that we're addressing tonight. So if that's on my understanding, I can understand that. All right, thanks.
Ms. Dixon.
I just want to remind everyone how this has been in existence. It is an agreement with Hoag going back 20 years, but maybe with the development agreement the last 10 years preceding this council. And it was, just to remind everybody, it's to preserve and protect the entitlement that Hoag Hospital enjoys for future development in the area where Hoag Hospital currently is, down in the lower PCH area. And otherwise, if the protection was not there, then as we currently are going through arena process and trying to locate additional sites for housing, it protects Hoag that with their entitlement, that we do not, the city does not identify their entitled area for future housing. Also, through the generosity of Hoag, and we all agree, and I certainly agree with Mr. Muldoon's comments about the enormous contributions that Hoag makes to our community, is that the proceeds of this development agreement, which are at a static level for a total of 20 years, through 2040, I believe, and these funds are to be directed to the city's homeless programs at the Center Bridge Shelter. So Hoag, as a non or a 501c3 charity, also has to make certain charitable contributions, and this really was a win-win for both Hoag and the city, that their contribution is coming from their foundation and going directly to the costs associated with the city co-sharing those costs with Costa Mesa. So it's a win-win. It's for homeless, it's to protect Hoag's property entitlements, to not put them at risk or subject to future council deciding that we want to put housing there. Some future council wanted to decide that. So it was really a modest amount in Hoag's terms, and they were pleased to secure their property rights for the next until 2040, and that these proceeds go to support our homeless programs, which they would be doing anyway, but we could do it together as partners. So thank you for allowing me to make that clarification.
Mr. Blom?
I just want to make a quick clarification on this. We're currently in a development agreement with $6 million for Hoag. Is that correct?
3.
We have 3 on the back burner, 3 coming into the 5th term. We haven't seen the original 3rd agreement come through for the initial $3 million. Is that correct?
The third.
Go ahead. So we extended 10 years for $3 million. They paid $600,000 of that. We're extending it for another 10 years, and what was proposed for another $3 million. And my understanding would be to cut that second $3 million in half to $1.5 million, but leave the original $3 million alone.
And that would keep our installments, or the installment Hoag is paying to us, around $150,000 a year. Is that correct?
So it'd be $300,000 a year for the next 8 years, and then it would drop to $150,000 a year for the last 10 years, if my math's right. But I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician. So
we're going to hold you to all of that math, Aaron. If that's the motion that Mr. Muldoon's making, I can definitely second that.
All right, Ms. Brenner?
To add on to what Councilwoman Dixon was saying, I think it's important to recognize that this money that we take in for development agreements is not just to fatten our bank account. It is money that we actually use to help the homeless. But in addition to helping the homeless, we also have just started our Be Well program, which is going to be impacting the mental health of our community, where we will have a resource that goes out and if people are having mental health issues, whether they're homeless or whatever, just members of the community, that our Be Well van will go out and interact with those. And that is going to save Hoag a lot of money, because right now a lot of the complaints that we have had have been that when people with mental health issues go to Hoag, there's really not adequate care for them, that they're sent somewhere else. So, I'm not big on just accumulating money for money's sake, but this is an expensive project that we have entered upon, and these development agreements are what help us to fund these things.
Thank you. Mr. Muldoon?
Yeah, a couple things. Hoag did not come to us saying, hey, will you please take money we want to use for research and development? Hey, will you please take money we want for better facilities? It's quite the opposite. They come to us and say, hey, we want to build our own property. It's not going to be housing. I don't know what that comment was about at all. It's planned for user facility use. They are allowed to give us consideration to preserve their right to build that we would vote on now, so a subsequent council can't take that entitlement away. That's what it's about. So that's what it's about, excuse me. I'm just happy to have some support, whatever the dollar amount is. I really appreciate it from my colleagues. I really think that, you know, I understand this is the way politics works. I don't like it. It's messy. I don't think it's fair to really good operators like Hogue. And this is not as if it's something that, you know, they're really eager to give us. That money is going to go towards something probably much better than the government to spend more money. And we're looking at amazing surpluses and really strong fiscal position. So I just didn't, and in no point is this something, Hogue is willing to because they're such kind people, but at no point is this something that they're eager to pay for when they have better uses for the money. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, health is number one. You can have all the money in the world, just ask Steve Jobs, you know, and everyone in this room most likely is going to be or end up in some way capacity at Hogue. And then it's embarrassing me to sit up here and say in the years that we've had Hogue Hospital in our city, the city has virtually done zero to promote, support, or encourage Hogue Hospital. For example, the golf tournament that they put on, we do nothing for that. We don't give them a nickel. They raise $1 million. Instead, we charge them for everything, for extra fire, extra police, extra this, extra that. And they've had it for years and years and years. And this is the kind of thing that this city is doing. I just can't believe it. My life was saved there twice. And I dare say anybody up here who's been there and had their life saved wouldn't be talking like this. It's actually, whew, I get a little emotional about it, but sorry. We're like Muldoon said, it's a token amount. Whatever we can do to show that we're at least trying. We're not trying to get every darn nickel out of them. And yes, they're going to do some good things with homeless and with the other money. But you know, if we can get a better heart machine, a better dialysis machine, a better equipment, better doctors, that's as important as home. It's all about health. And you can't get your health back if it goes away. And this is a facility that does everything in their power to keep us alive. I can't imagine anything more important.
Thank you. Do we have any other council comments? All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor Avery, my name again is Jim Mosher, and I was wondering if we might get a minor clarification of the clarification that Councilmember Dixon provided. My understanding is that the development agreement, that the payment made by Hogue is protecting them against possible changes in the city zoning of their property and entitlements, which I am baffled, as I said in writing, by why they're paying for that, because I cannot imagine a future council changing our local laws or zoning to the detriment of Hogue. The question or clarification I was hoping to get, does the existence of the development agreement provide them any protection at all if there was a change in state or federal law that invalidated some of our zoning? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Robert Braithwaite, and I'm the President and CEO of Hogue. Since our founding in 1952, when the population of Newport Beach was about 9,000, Hogue has grown and changed to serve the city and the surrounding coastal community. Hogue continues its fulfillment of its mission to provide the highest quality healthcare to this community. Each year, we deliver about 7,000 babies. On average, that's about one kindergarten class per day at Hogue. We serve over 30,000 inpatients, and last year we exceeded 500,000 outpatients that we served and took care of. Through our community benefit program at the Melinda Hogue Smith Center for Healthy Living, we're able to facilitate collaboration and build capacity to help our partner agencies extend their healthcare missions to many of the unfunded or underfunded here in our community. As demonstrated, including Be Well, as demonstrated over the last 2 years with this ongoing pandemic, Hogue's ability to be nimble and to respond to the changes and advances in medicine, in technology, and research have allowed Hogue to be named for the 5th consecutive year Orange County's top hospital. In addition, we were ranked number 10, actually number 9, in the state of California. And perhaps most impressive to me as the CEO, and in all candor, very grateful to the physicians, and nurses. Hoag was only one of 11 hospitals in the entire United States to rank in the top decile of all surgeries, procedures, and chronic conditions as measured by Medicare. We're in good company with Mayo Clinic, Stanford, and UCLA also being in that top 11 hospitals. The physicians, nurses, and support staff, volunteers, and our board members love this community. They know that they're taking care of their friends, their families, and their neighbors, and it's an honor for them to do it every single day. Your action tonight on the execution of the development agreement will help assure that Hoag can continue to provide optimal, cutting-edge, state-of-the-art healthcare services to this community for generations to come. Our relationship with the city and the city leaders is something that's very important to us. And our purpose and our source of pride comes from when our staff get to help out a community member or a family member. Next year, we will celebrate 70 years of taking care of this community. And we are inspired with even greater passion every single day, every single month, every single year as the years go on to provide this community, Newport Beach and the surrounding coastal community, these communities which we love, with truly state-of-the-art, and I won't even say top decile, but I'll say top 1% care here in Orange County and throughout the United States. So thank you, City Council members and Mayor, for the time to address you tonight, and thank you for your partnership and your support.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on non-agenda items? All right, seeing none. Bring it back up here. Yep. Oh, Joy?
I would just like to make sure that, the tendency in our society these days is to polarize and to pit people against each other. And I don't want it to be misrepresented that anyone on this dais is not in complete support of Hoag, because my daughters and my 5 grandchildren were born there. I've loved Hoag. I've worked at Hoag. We love Hoag, and Hoag is such a partner to this community. I know they partner with Oasis in so many different things. So I don't think wherever you come down on this, it's not any indication of whether you support Hoag or not. It's a matter of just we're looking at the specifics, and Hoag frequently will give gifts to the city or parts of the city that will help us to enact our mission, and especially our mission with the homeless and with the mentally ill. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that nobody sees this as a us versus them, or a we support Hoag versus we don't support Hoag, because I can attest to the fact that everyone on this dais loves Hoag and supports them in every way possible.
Let me say I agree with that. I barely actually like Hoag. I'm just doing this because I'm an ideologue. So I'm totally joking.
All right. Any other comments? Yes, you have a motion and a second, so let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for Ordinance 2021-23, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach amending a development agreement between the City of Newport Beach and Hoag Memorial Hospital Presbyterian Development Agreement Amendment Number DA 2021-1. The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner voting no.
Who knew that I would be the most fiscally conservative member up here?
Good for you, Joy.
Other people's money.
Okay. We're now going on to current business. This is item 14, calling for an election for a proposed charter amendment to provide for the direct election of the mayor of the City of Newport Beach. And before we get rolling, I'd like to see a show of hands of those folks that intend to speak. All right, well, that's good to see, because we really need community input. And having said that, in the interest of time, I'm going to limit the speaking time from 3 minutes to 2, which if you're organized, it's plenty of time to get your point across. So I also ask that people refrain from clapping, making noise of support for one side or the other. The real thing we're trying to achieve here is respecting everyone and hearing everyone's viewpoint. We're going to take as long as it takes. And so the council has all the input it needs to make a good decision. So with that, we'll start with, do we need a staff report on this? I think we're good.
I believe Councilmember Blom brought this forward.
Yes, he did. And so, Mr. Blom, at this point, you can.
You're welcome, by the way. I like to bring the most contentious items up in front of this council. And that's because I'm not used to politics. I'm not really sure how all of this worked before. I just knew that I was kind of irritated and I wanted to be sitting up here so I could make a decision in how our city was run. And the reason I brought this up was because I saw that contentious nature starting again within the city with letters going back and forth, and it almost felt like a campaign. And I thought, what blows me away is that most people that aren't involved in politics in this city think we actually elect our mayor. They don't know that it's just appointed up here on the dais. I didn't before I ran for city council, which, I'm sure some of you are like, oh God, how can he not be involved in civics like that? But the truth is that when the city's running beautifully and wonderfully, that's not the biggest concern. The biggest concern is your family, your business, your friends, your community. And I love how many letters came in on both sides of this. It was amazing to see the bubbles pull up in our emails to a point that gave me a severe case of anxiety. But they were the same on either side. Everyone had an opinion on something like this. And when everyone has an opinion on something, it makes me realize then we should all have an opinion. It shouldn't be the people that decide to show up to city council meetings. It shouldn't just be the people that are active in the community. It should be every member of this city that wants to make an active choice about how and who represent them. It had nothing to do with the fact that the opposition thinks this is all will. It was me that brought this up. If any of you remember my first vote while sitting on this dais after being sworn in, I was the sole dissenting vote. Not because I don't love who we have as mayor and pro tem. I do. Brad and I are great friends. But it's because I felt like the people didn't understand. I felt like too many people had come to me and said, wait, what? I thought I voted for this person. That's not who it is? And in that, every time I hear someone tell me that they don't like this initiative, I have to remind them this is no initiative. This is just something so that we get to hear the voice of every single person in Newport. And I want to hear that voice. I don't want the voice to be up here. I don't want there to be a secret horse trade in the back room that all of a sudden decides on the future of what we are. You wouldn't run your company that way, and I always look at the city as a company, even though Simone tells me not to. I always look at the city as a company, and I think it's very important to do so because we want the best leadership. And it was Thomas Jefferson that said, this country will only survive if we have a revolution every 4 years. And that's the election. So if you don't like what happened, you get to choose again and again and again. And I've heard so many comments about what we don't like about this. But no one has said, I don't want the voters to choose. So for everyone that doesn't like it, just tell me that. You don't think Newport is smart enough to make their own decision on who should lead them. You think a bureaucracy, a politburo, should sit up here and dictate what is best for you. Because we've seen what that is. We're not giving executive power to any great mogul that's going to sit up here and change the way of our lives. We're simply giving the citizens of Newport the ability to choose their mayor because it is a position. It is something that people want. And in doing so, you should want that. You should want the voice. It has nothing to do with us. We should not have the voice. We're here to see things come before us and try to make an educated decision on behalf of the people that elected us. We're not here to choose who leads you. And I think that's the part that I've had the disconnect with. And that's the reason I brought this here. And in seeing the correspondence go back and forth, I see how passionate we are about this. And that's great. I want the passion. Nothing makes a better city than passion. And a lot of us, most of us, especially in this audience today, have the passion for this city. And I've heard everything from term limits to consolidating power. You know that I can run for this position time and time again. After 8 years, I can take 4 years off and run for another 8 years. You guys know that? I can keep going. I could, and I'm young, I can maybe do this for 48 years. I'm sure most of you wouldn't like to see me up here for that long. I might be drooling a little bit by then. But I think the point is that we are here to make decisions on behalf of the community. And when our decision is to not let the community decide, then I'm just fearful of where we're trying to put that power. Are we trying to put that power in the hands of few, or are we trying to give it back to the hands of many? And this is a city that has grown exponentially. And I hear constant references, and I thank Mr. Mosier for bringing a beautiful chart forward to show where we are with other cities. And we're right at the precipice. We're right at the cusp. Are we a small city that's trying to be large? Or are we holding on dearly to stay that small city? That city that lives in the past but won't look at the future. And the hard part for us right now is that we're being mandated from on high, not from this dais, but from Sacramento and Washington. And our job at that point means that the power needs to come back to us. We need the people to elect somebody that can fight on behalf of Sacramento, that we don't lose power every year because we lose the momentum. We want to see Newport as the strength it is. With the housing stock that we have, we talked about this not too long ago, but with our 85,000 people, we have the same housing stock as Costa Mesa with a population of about 125,000. I think a lot more people live in Newport than actually live in Newport. I'm just saying, some of us have Idaho and Texas homes that we don't want to talk about, I'm sure. But the idea in the end of the day is that we affect a lot of lives, a lot of power, and a lot of hope here. And so the question I have to ask is, why don't we want to trust the people in Newport to make a decision? Why are we afraid of who we vote in? Because if that's our fear, then do we fear all elections? Do we fear all of our city council representatives? Is the idea that no one should make a choice other than elected officials? The reason I put this forth is because when I found out, I was blown away. And I didn't think that the horse trade should go on any longer. And it's been something I brought up from the day I was elected till now. The fear can't be of who you think might get the spot. Use your voice on the other side then. Rally your people in the same way you did for this to put your candidate in. To use democracy to your benefit. But this is still America. And we're going to fight for every element that is America. And that's the democracy that we hold dear. And that means that maybe it's worked well in the past, and that's great. But as we grow and as we have to figure out the new constraints and the new problems that lie in front of us, sometimes strong leadership can help build that. And I'm not saying it'll always be perfect. I'm not saying you'll always like the person in power. But at least it's your choice and not ours. It should be up to the people, as everything in this country should be. There is no legislation from on high. It's up to you. Thank you.
Hey, please. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to do a quick presentation just to show a few things that I think have been lost in some of the discussion. And while that's coming up, oh, you got to the very end of my presentation, I think. Yeah, so I actually want to start by saying thank you. The number of emails and calls and conversations that I've had about this topic have been fantastic on all sides of the issue. I've really appreciated everyone expressing their opinion. It's really the classical example of what our First Amendment's about, being able to petition your government. And so I wanted to just say thanks to everyone who's gone out of their way, because we're going to hear from a lot of voices tonight. And we also need to remember the thousands of voices that aren't here tonight and try to give them a voice as well. I also want to say thanks to Councilmember Blom for moving this forward through the process, requiring 3 council members to put this on the agenda. You saw that happen again tonight on 3 different items. And thanks also to our my fellow council members, all of them, for raising their hand to be able to consider this tonight. The item before us has been and really continues to be about voter choice. Should voters be given the choice to elect their mayor? There have been a lot of voices on this, a lot of really good letters to the editor on this topic. Ruth Kobayashi, who's just a fantastic person, had written, regardless of who any future elected mayor might be, I see the upside of this change to be crystal clear: agency, legitimacy, democracy. As a registered voter in the city of Newport Beach, I should be able to elect our mayor, and so should you. Jordan Wachter, who gives back to this community in amazing ways too, the current push for the amendment of our city charter to allow for the council member in the mayoral position to be elected rather than being rotated from one zone to another without any consideration to the necessity of a unified leadership of the city is something that needs to happen. These are voters. This is a great example of people who give back in our community and want to vote for their mayor. When has Newport Beach ever settled for fine? Our beaches, streets, community service, and so much more are excellent. Our current system to select our great city's mayor is fine. We elect our city council members and they select the mayor for whatever reasons they decide makes sense that year. Sometimes the selection is great, sometimes fine, but the process itself in this day and age is just fine. So let's change it. Let's have the power and responsibility of choosing the city's symbolic and substantive leader be handled by the voters. That was a great letter to the editor. And then just simply stated, and this one came in over and over again during emails to us, Barbara Yusey, I want to be able to elect our mayor. So if you want to elect your mayor, you need to create the mayor position. And so since it's a new position, it's a new term. I've seen over and over again the discussion about term limits, but this is the actual language in the section. This section is not intended to change the limit on consecutive terms for a member of the city council enacted by voters in November 1992. City council term limits do not change in this. In fact, neither do ours sitting up here, because that's something that a lot of, when you're dealing with term limits, happens often, is they'll reset them. And this one makes sure this doesn't happen for anyone sitting up here. And so that means 3 council members next year are termed off. 2 years later, there are 2 more council members termed off. We're all termed off, the city council positions. And the mayor position is different because, as Councilmember Blom pointed out, especially if you're young like some of us up here, you can serve for 8 years if the voters choose to put you in office. You can sit out for 4 years, and if the voters choose to put you back, you can sit for another 8 years, and then you can sit out for 4 and run again, and if the voters want you, you can serve for 8 more, on and on and on. That's not the case with the proposed mayor. No person shall be or remain eligible to hold the office of mayor for more than 2 4-year terms. That is a lifetime term limit. That does not exist for the city council positions. Barbara Yusey wrote, any fair reading of the Elect Our Mayor initiative would conclude that the city council term limits remain the same, and the current city council members aren't gaming the system with this change. The proposed new position of a directly elected mayor would have stricter term limits than city council. The proposed new position would have lifetime term limits, which city council positions don't have. Exactly right. Anita Rovsek said, the main attack seems to worry that a person could run for city council, win, and then run for mayor eventually, which sounds like an election campaign attack ad rather than a swipe at the proposed system. If voters want someone with a council experience as mayor, fine. If they don't, fine. Either way, it's a choice that should be given to voters, a choice that we are denied now because people have thought for too long that voters can't be trusted to elect our mayor. The agenda setting discussion is an interesting one. Councilmember Blom actually wrote a great op-ed on this. He's reminding everyone that the basic function of the Newport Beach City Council is setting public policy. That's what we do. That's it. That is literally what we do. The sole ability for the City Council to accomplish this basic function is through agendas set well in advance of a meeting pursuant to the Brown Act. In other words, the only way for a council to actually accomplish its core responsibility is through the meeting agenda. But as it currently stands, the council has delegated that authority to the city manager. No matter how good a city manager is, and ours is great, and there's no question she is, the city manager is accountable only to the city council and not directly to the people of the city of Newport Beach. Amplified by Vice President of Newport Mesa Unified School District, Michelle Bartow, who said, what you may not know, and I certainly didn't, is that the city council doesn't set the agenda. It's set by the city manager. We elect our council members and school board members, but we don't elect our city managers and our superintendents. And Mr. Blom reminded everyone, by the way, that as proposed, a directly elected mayor would be able to set the agenda and be directly accountable to both the people and the city council. Plus, city council members themselves could place items on the agenda if 3 members voted to do so, which is the current policy, as you saw play out today, and why we're even talking about this in the first place. If a mayor didn't want to place an item on the agenda and 3 other council members couldn't be found to want an item on the agenda, why in the world would that item be worthy of staff time or consideration? Another topic that's come up, obviously, is whether this should, if this is going to be voted to go forward, whether it should be on the primary or the general election. And there's no question there's a cost to putting it on the primary election. The issue, though, is that next year there are going to be 4 city council positions up in the general election cycle. 3 of them are open for the first time in 8 years. If voters choose to elect the mayor, then that election would take place in 2024. So in effect, council members selected in 22 would be the first elected system. In 22, those council members would be the first to serve in the proposed new system. Some opponents of electing the mayor have said that it will actually this system would actually cause people not to run for city council because it means that they'd be a city council member with no chance of being mayor unless they actually ran for it. I think that it would be sad if people were actually running for city council with the goal of just getting that title at some point. But those people should know about the change before they decide to run. And voters should know about the change too, to inform their votes. Because maybe, and just maybe, voters would prefer people who want to run for city council just to do the job without angling toward being mayor. And so yes, the primary election is better for informed electorate. It's better for an informed candidate pool. And I admit democracy sometimes does have a cost. Unfortunately, on this one, it's a one-time cost that can be offset by what you're going to find out in the next agenda item is a $31 million surplus that we've been able to accumulate as a council. Speaking of budgets, by the way, population size, it does not measure complexity of a city. These are the cities that have directly elected mayors. We would be 3rd in total budget size, 3rd. Substantially bigger, by the way, than Irvine, Garden Grove, Costa Mesa, Orange, Tustin, Westminster, and Stanton. Substantially bigger. We, in fact, have a budget that is so large, and people forget this, that if you took the entire general fund of Dana Point, Laguna Beach, Lake Forest, and San Clemente, it would actually be, that would be smaller than the budget of Newport Beach. This is a little tough to read, but this is the point of complexity. Gary Williams, who serves on our Harbor Commission, said, while our city has maintained much of its charm through village atmospheres, there's no question that we are a modern city with complex issues. In our harbor alone, we interact with the California Coastal Commission, the U.S. Coast Guard, the Orange County Sheriffs, California Air Resources Board, et cetera. This doesn't even account for Caltrans on PCH, the FAA at the airport, housing community development for the state's housing mandates, et cetera. And Kay Maloof, great servant in our community, said Newport Beach is a major league city with a minor league system for choosing its mayor. We are a major league city. That is the fact. And so it really comes down to, on this issue, are we going to trust the voters? Michelle Bendetti, also a great servant in our community. We trust our voters to be informed and make the right decisions based on a ton of information they receive. I know plenty of people who take that vote very seriously, but no matter how seriously they take their civic participation, Newport Beach residents don't choose the mayor. I've heard the position referenced as ceremonial, but we know differently, especially during trying times like a pandemic. Justin Susan McKibben wrote a great letter to the editor. The system we have sets up voters for confusion, as Councilmember Blom mentioned, but there's a simple path. Elect city council members from the people who want to run for that specific position, and elect the mayor from people who want to run for mayor. No more intermediaries, no more accusations of backroom deals. It's well-educated voters choosing their vision. Michelle and John Summers wrote, in an era where governments across the board are taking away choices, Newport Beach's city council can be the light shining through as one that gives its residents the ability to take the power of electing the mayor back. Janine Bayshore said, any person who wants to become mayor in the new system would have to go through the gauntlet of public elections, debates, fundraising, and asking for votes. we get the say in that situation. We, the voting public, have the power in that situation. Let's take that power back. And finally, Brandy Bagley just simply said, voters are trusted to choose city council members. We should be trusted to elect our mayor, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm going to quote from someone I don't think I've ever quoted from before, which is Eleanor Roosevelt, who once said, "The great minds discuss ideas, and average minds discuss events, and small minds discuss people." I have to say, again, thank you to everyone who has been focused on the issues and talking about those. This has been spirited and quite fun, so I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment from the council? All right, seeing now, we'll hear public comments at this time. 2 minutes, and please, it's going to take a while, so yeah, just one. Okay, next.
I'm going to take the first slot again. It's nice to be up here and not talk about the cat, I have to say. So obviously, the real issue here is, why is there an issue for me? We should all be able to vote for our mayor and or not. So the ballot initiative, as I understand it, is that we are for it or we're against it. So we're all going to get a voice in that. So I don't understand why people are, you have to be on my side or not. So I just think we all have a right to our opinion, and let's show at the polls what the largest opinion is. But for me, why I am pro elect your mayor is consistency, follow through, and completion. If you've ever served on a board with a 2-year term, you've quickly learned that year 1 is your learning curve. Year 2, plans are made, some are cleanup, and some new improvements. Year 3, hopefully implementation. And year 4 should be mentoring up your successor while holding your goals steadfast. For me, I think that there's more consistency if we have a mayor that is in charge of agendas and all the other agencies that help the council members as well do what they have to do. So I vote for choosing our mayor because of consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
And your argument is interesting because you just said that for the first 2 to 3 years, somebody doesn't necessarily know what's going on.
Turn around.
Yeah, so anyhow, so
Not
so
good.
that you kind of made my argument. Good evening. My name is Susan Skinner, and I'm here to speak against the elected mayor proposal. In life, it is often the unintended consequences of an action that trips us up, which is why it is beneficial to have multiple people review any suggested radical change in the process, such as this initiative. There are any number of things wrong with this plan, but I'll let others speak to that. I want to address the damage that this proposal will do to our city in the long run. One particularly unusual aspect of this proposal is that it eliminates the city manager's ability to put items on the agenda. I spoke with officials from other cities, and no other city has this restriction. The city manager is effectively the chief operating officer of the city and is in charge of day-to-day operations. It is typical for a city manager to be able to add items related to the running of the city to the agenda. These are not items that change policy or create a new direction for the city, but routine items that need city council approval. If we restrict the city manager in this way, we change the relationship between the mayor and the city manager from a partnership to a subservient position. The city manager will be required to run every routine agenda item through the mayor, effectively making all city business dependent on the approval of that mayor. Grace is currently being recruited, and we may need to soon hire a new city manager. Ask yourself what competent city manager would take this job with these restrictions. Might we end up with a second-rate manager instead of a top-notch candidate like we're used to? And if we do, does that affect the morale of city employees? If your new boss doesn't have the skill set to run a city, would you consider moving to another city as well? We are used to being able to attract top talent, but that attraction may be surprisingly fragile if this proposal passes. This proposal is the work of one man and has not been vetted in any way, shape, or form by anybody else. It is crafted to meet the needs of that one person, and in the process completely remakes our city of government, reshapes the balance of power on the council, and puts an abnormally powerful mayor in charge.
Thank
It's
you.
a bad proposal. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Mike Posey. I'm a city councilman in Huntington Beach. And what I find interesting about City Council meeting tonight is that everything that you guys talk about, we've been talking about too. Short-term rentals, oil, vector control. Thank you for bringing that up. And of course, an elected mayor. We do it a little bit differently in that we look at our charter every 10 years. I convene a committee and a commission to do that. What you guys are looking at talking about tonight is just allowing the voters to choose, something that should happen with the mayor's office. We have the similar rotation. We have the similar rotation complexities. And having an elected mayor brings continuity to the office, brings continuity of service, and brings predictability too. There is, and it was mentioned, and Councilmember Blum, thank you for you basically said my speech. So I'm going to be brief because you were very, very articulate and concise. Having an elected mayor is critically important because we do work with county government, state government, federal government, and our colleagues in cities nearby. To be able to be effective, it takes you a year, and I think the previous speaker said it takes you a year really to learn the job. I was a mayor for a year, and when mayorship was up, I think I had it figured out. And I think maybe you guys had experienced the same thing. So really what what you want to do is trust the voters to choose, and that's your decision tonight. There are a lot of complexities about the mayor. You can argue about the mechanics of it. There's some things that you can probably still work out. But you've got to have somebody consistent, build those relationships for 4 years, and be effective. So we're going to try to do the same thing. Thank you for your leadership, and good night, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Jones, and I've lived here since 1969 for about 55 years. And I'm very proud to be in Joy Brenner's District 6. And I was going to mention, this is my opinion, but I agree with information from many sources, especially scholar Susan Skinner with her article on Voice OC, along with my mentor, Gene Watt of Spawn. I want to touch upon an issue I personally experienced in 1962 while working in 3 different jobs in Orange County. Each job had white-collar crime. One I was a whistleblower on regarding embezzlement. Putting the mayor to city vote is a big mistake. This will have no oversight by city council members and all one person to have too much power. We have seen our current administration on the Hill run rampant with white-collar crime and going as far as trashing our Constitution. I ask, where is the oversight committee? Putting the mayor out for the city votes would cause opportunity for corruption as job burnout brings working the system easier and manipulating special interests. The mayor needs oversight by city council members. I believe this to be unwarranted, uncalled for, and unnecessary. Let's not take or make unnecessary risks. Stay strong, upbeat, and aware with action, action, action. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cindy Dillion, and I think this has been really cool because you had like 4 against, 4 against, 4 against. Hopefully we'll keep this going in a positive way. I just have a couple of points to make. I'm sure people are going to have really long comments prepared, but I just kind of threw these together. First, I believe 1 year is not long enough to learn any job, and I don't think you can be effective in that period of time. So I wholeheartedly support the idea of having a mayor committed to being mayor for 4 years, learning the job and being effective, and hopefully being reelected after 4 years to be a solid, consistent voice in our community. I'm not worried about corruption and oversight because I think there's a lot more issues with the backdoor way that the mayors have been chosen in the past. And I thought about it, And in the 33 years that I've lived here, like statistically, I voted for a person that had the opportunity to be mayor only 7 times. So that makes me feel like I'm not being represented, or I don't have an opportunity to have a say in who is actually running the city in the mayor's position and having that long-term ability to impact us. I also believe that council members elected from a specific district are beholden to being reelected by their district members, and that may put them at odds with representing the whole of the city as a mayor. It just kind of bothers me from an overall standpoint. And ultimately, this is just to put it on the ballot for us to decide about it. And I will say I have been collecting signatures on the petitions. I didn't even realize this was an issue. It seems like such a no-brainer to me that we should have the opportunity to say whether or not we want to elect our mayor. And it wasn't until I saw the stuff in next door. So I said, let's do it. Let's vote.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Avery and council members. My name is Heather Ignaton, and I'm a 20-year resident of Newport Beach and a member of the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission. I'm here tonight to support the proposed measure for directly elected mayor and to support placing it on the ballot for the people to decide. Let me give you 2 simple reasons why this is the right thing to do. First, it's a more fair and democratic process. We trust our citizens to elect our representatives to Congress, Senate, and President. They can and should be trusted with electing our mayor. Having an active debate among the voters over how this city should be led is a good thing, and more direct participation in the process is a good thing. The second reason we should do this is continuity of leadership. There's a reason companies don't rotate CEOs every year, because continuity of leadership matters. Our current system, by design, is a revolving door of leadership, which severely limits the mayor's ability to get things done, regardless of how talented or capable he or she is. I believe the members of this council have done an admirable job in their respective turns serving as mayor, but you've been working within the constraints of a flawed process. Serving as mayor for only 12 months makes it difficult for the development and implementation of strong public policies and multi-year projects. The proposed measure, however, fixes this by having a 4-year term and making the mayor directly accountable to the voters at the ballot box. So let the people decide how our mayor should be elected. Those in favor of the measure will get their opportunity to make their case, and so will those against it. Tonight, all you need to do is allow the debate to happen. I am confident once you entrust the people of Newport Beach with this responsibility, they will rise to the occasion and choose well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is John O'Hara. I've been a city resident since 1978, helped establish a business since 1987 here. I've always been interested in this topic because I studied some sociology and urban studies in college, and when this topic came up, it piqued my interest. I did what I usually do. I did a little bit of research, read a lot of good articles, some of the op-eds. I also went and found a Yale Law Journal article from 2006, which I'd recommend everybody read. It's a 23-page essay, and it's well footnoted. It doesn't really take a position either way, but it kind of outlines the history of how did we come to evolve to use either mayor, council, or kind of the city manager models of running cities. And there's interesting historical notes in here that the reason that the manager model rose in the early 1900s was because of distrust by the elites of the immigrant populations in the cities that were developing. So it was a distrust that led to that rise of the different system. Now, that doesn't mean that that translates directly to Newport, but the origin of that system was to move away from democracy, to move towards a non-elected, unaccountable manager controlling most decisions, because that was the goal. You know, I personally don't agree with that philosophy, but you could pick your choice, and people should be able to decide. Democracy means accountability. Accountability means the voters decide. It's simple. So the voters should, in my view, be given a chance. But if the voters were to decide we want to stay with what we have, I would support that, because the voters will have spoken. We have a very educated electorate, and they'll make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for your time today. I believe the system we currently have sets up voters for a ton of confusion. In 2020, we went through an election cycle where people thought they were electing a mayor because Mayor O'Neill was on the ballot. Only that's not who they were electing. What they were electing was a seated council member to another term, and city council in that year, he was serving as mayor. A lot of people were confused by this. A lot of my friends had no clue. They thought they were voting for Mayor O'Neill. And that really changed my outlook on this position. I think there's a simpler path. No more intermediaries, no more accusations of backdoor deals. Let the voters choose their candidate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Avery and the rest of City Council. My name is Logan Maloof. I'm a resident here in Newport. On this topic of whether or not we should elect our mayor, I have three thoughts that I'll share quickly. The first one is around freedom of choice. So some of us, including me, feel that in general it's slipping away from us, especially at the state level. You have a lot of different mandates and vaccines and masks and whatnot that are blatantly egregious and limiting our right to choose. So it would be nice to get some of that freedom back at the local level with the ability to elect our own mayor. Second point is to reward success, not participation. So too much is given these days. Don't have to get too far into that. But the office of mayor should be earned and not ceremoniously passed through the city council. I don't believe in what are known as participation trophies. I believe that the winner should get the trophy. The last piece that has been touched on multiple times is let the voters decide. As you know, it's not up to you this evening whether or not we choose to elect our mayor. It's up to you to let us decide if we can choose our mayor. If you're not on the side of letting people decide, then what side are you on? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marlene Dandler. I am here as a resident of the Port Streets in Newport Beach, as well as a business owner. Philosophically, I believe in direct representation rather than House of Lords choosing their leader. And also as a business owner, I think it's really important in choosing a place in which to do business to know the tone and the leadership of that city. We saw quite a stark difference in our neighboring cities in the recent response to the pandemic between Huntington Beach, Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Newport. And that tone is largely set by the leader. So having a leader set the tone and having people directly elect that leader is important. And the other point I want to make is just that it seems to me that the job description of a city council member is very different than the job description of a mayor. So why that is rotated through doesn't seem to make sense. It's representing quite a different skill set. So that seems to be an interesting system. So I believe in direct representation. I also have a lot of respect for Susan Skinner. She's done a great job in our community of educating those of us who don't follow the city council as much as she does. And I think she brings up some really good points. The devil's in the details in terms of how this is implemented. And I think her points about making sure that the city manager can bring some things to the agenda She's got a lot of really good points on how, if and when the voters do decide, if the voters do get to decide and they vote that they do want to directly elect their mayor, working through these details with some of the points that have been made to make sure that there aren't any problems with corruption and to make sure that there isn't too much power in any one person's hands, I think is really important. So thank you to everyone who disagrees with my opinions. And I think those can be, if and when the voters do decide to directly elect their mayor, those things can be taken into consideration so that it's done well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chet Harrison. I'm a third-generation Newport Beach resident. My uncle was mayor in '92 and served on this council. Councilmember Bloom, I had lunch at your Lido place today, and Councilmember Duffield, I've enjoyed your boats. And it's good to see you, Councilwoman Brenner. I've heard a lot of talk about democracy and voting, and that's very good. But I don't know how many people have gotten the sound bites about what's in this amendment as opposed to actually read the entire thing. So if we want to talk about democracy, I want to address your question. Why shouldn't we vote? I'm all for voting. I've only got 3 minutes, so I'm going to just pick one topic in this thing. In this agreement, it states that the residents of the mayor's district get 2 votes, and the people that are not in that district get 1 vote. Now that's pretty simple math. That is not democracy, that is tyranny. Okay? And on those grounds alone, this is garbage. It's outrageous. So please read this thing.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Peggy Stewart, and I have been a voting resident for 5 years in Newport Beach, but we've had a family home here since 1964. Previously, I lived in Pasadena. Diane knows I was very active in civic affairs. I was on the City Center Reconception Committee. I was on the Design Review Committee. I chaired several different organizations, including the Arroyo Seco Foundation. In Pasadena, we had a government similar to this one, 7 elected city councilmen, and a city manager. The council persons hired the city manager, a professional, to do their work. They set the policy, the city manager carried it out. They did rotate the mayoralty based on seniority. I don't know how we think there's a little undercurrent here that I don't understand about electing the mayor here. But in Pasadena, it was by seniority, and by that result, we early on had a mayor, a female mayor. We also had a black mayor, which would never have happened had we had a citywide mayor election. The city survived and thrived. So I think when we talk about people's choice, let's consider the representation. We talk about thoughtful elections. People in this community have thoughtfully elected 7 representatives. They haven't just thrown them in. So we already have good representation. And by just having a rotating mayoralty, each district, each neighborhood has its moment of being well represented on the council with the mayor as a leader. So if you elect a mayor, you hire a city manager who studies urban affairs, who knows about traffic, who has concepts of recreation and all the other issues that go on in the city. The elected mayor
Thank you, Peggy.
may be skilled at his profession, but it probably isn't urban planning.
All right, thank you.
Oh, hello. Hi, I'm Jason Gilboa. I'm a Newport Coast resident and a local business owner. I'm in favor of this, and I just want to make one point no one's made yet. Last year, Newport Beach made not local, but national news. I'm sure we all saw it. It wasn't good. It was very negative press about this city. I love this city. I think the things that were said about us were totally unfair and nonsense. And luckily, we had a mayor at the time who went on national news and defended the city and did an admirable job. It's not 1950 anymore, 1960. It's 2021. We need mayors who are media savvy, both legacy media and new media, social media. As a voter, I want to put a mayor into place who I believe to be savvy in these departments. And the reason is, as a local business owner, it affects me. Last year, they shut down the beaches. That affected my business. Okay? I want someone who can fight back using the media and actually represent this city well. So I want the chance to actually see this person. I want to see, are they media savvy? Do they understand social media? Are they good at this? Because they're going to have to do this again. I promise you. This city has enemies in Sacramento. I think it has enemies in the media too. We're going to have a mayor who can fight for us. Okay? I just want to make that point. And the last point is, if you're afraid of your neighbors voting, if you don't trust the people around you, you don't trust your neighbors, you shouldn't be up there. And if you don't trust your neighbors, you shouldn't live in the city. Okay? I trust my neighbors. I trust them to make the right decision. I think they will. And let's give them the right to elect their mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Elizabeth Starr, and I've lived in Newport Beach since 1972. My husband and I raised the money to build a Newport Beach Public Library, which has won many awards and is used by all of Orange County. We were honored to be by the city of Newport Beach to be the Citizens of the Year a few years back. I'm here tonight to urge you to vote no on the proposal to change the city charter on how we elect our mayor. Elections are an expense to us to have the people of Newport Beach. They are very expensive and time-consuming, and in the case of the mayor, totally unnecessary. The system we have now is very fair and reasonable. Almost every city council member gets a turn to be mayor for 1 year. They have already had to raise money to be elected to the city council. To those of us born during the Depression, money, every dollar is of great value, and getting elected is a very expensive proposal. We do not want a political mayor in Newport Beach. The mayor must work with other city council members, be their equal, not superior. Please vote no on the change to our city charter. Please keep the selection of the mayor as it is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Reed, and thank you for letting me speak on such an important topic tonight. I think Councilmember Blom summarized my thoughts to a T. I am in full support of allowing the citizens of Newport Beach to vote for our next mayor. As much as I appreciate the efforts and hard work of the city council men and women who sit before us, I believe it is time for the voices of Newport Beach citizens to be heard. Please allow us to have a say in who represents us. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Avery. It's a pleasure to appear before the august board. I'm here tonight to speak to this particular issue. In its present form, I would oppose moving forward. Do not rush to judgment. Take your time. I think there's items that need to be addressed. I even believe there may be a fatal flaw. But I'm going to address some of an overview of just one particular item. It sort of deals with what Councilmember Bloom spoke about in terms of leadership. Everybody on this board, everybody on the dais has exhibited excellent leadership, whether or not it's Mr. Muldoon, Mr. Avery, Ms. Dixon, Mr. O'Neill. I've dealt with you. You know what you're doing. And you've been able to lead the city in its present form. What I see presently in its present form is a solution in search of a problem. I'm not the first to say that, nor the last. And in speaking in terms of strong leadership that Mr. Bloom has suggested may be lacking, I would disagree. That strong leadership was not lacking when we did the Hogue Development Agreement originally in 1996, the CIOSA agreements, the JWA Settlement Agreement, which is the singular iconic agreement in the United States. Successfully, this council and others through mayors have successfully negotiated at the federal level with the FAA. I know of 2 instances where myself was involved where 2 pieces of legislation were killed, both at the state and the federal level. So the ability of leadership in its present form is there. So what do we have? We don't have just, to use Mr. O'Neill or Mr. Bloom's words, just the idea of let's elect a mayor. It sounds good, but there's something else going on here. We have 7 districts currently, 7 villages, which each and every one of you learn of when you take your position as council. That will be reduced. There will only be 6 districts elected, which increases each and every one of ability for you to represent them. So what we have is increased responsibility with decreased power for the sitting city council, subject to mayoral mandate. Thank you very much.
Roy Engelbrecht. There aren't many issues that would keep me up this late, but this is one of them. Just so I understand this, somebody can sit up there for 2 terms, 8 years, and that person could then run and be elected mayor and sit up there for 8 more years. They would sit in that dais for 16 straight years. That's like being born at Hogue Hospital and finishing your sophomore year at Corona Del Mar High School. This doesn't make sense. You know what? Term limits. Who cares? And you know, that person would have an unfair advantage because incumbents are very tough to beat because Kevin kicked my butt in the last election. Why are we even here? Have we had crappy and incompetent city managers? Have we had crappy and incompetent council people? Absolutely not. People, this is a political ploy for individuals to make their own political future. And if anyone argues that, they peaked in high school, no doubt. Joy Brenner, you've raised a family in this town. Don't let this happen. But you know what? I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Put something in this amendment or this motion. Let that person who sits on the council for 1 term or 2 terms, if they want to run for mayor, they sit out a 2-year election cycle.
Right.
Noah, you were raised in this town. Don't let this happen. Duffy, you raised a family in this town. Don't let this happen.
Thank you.
Brad, you raised a family in this town. Don't let this happen.
Thank you. That's
Kevin
enough.
and
Mr.
Diane,
Engelbrecht,
you make common sense.
please.
Don't let this happen.
Please.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Avery and Council. Please pardon my voice, I'm a little bit hoarse tonight. I speak against this proposal, and I look at it from a standpoint of risk. If there's a directly elected mayor for 4 years, I think you'll end up with a disproportionate amount of power in one person for 4 years, and as Susan Skinner alluded to, with no oversight. So supposing the people do a poor job in voting in a mayor, and that mayor turns out to have a unreasonable bias towards certain projects for or against, or unreasonable bias for or against certain city council people, or that mayor is just not prepared, doesn't come prepared, and fully educated, or that mayor, because of health reasons, is unable to do a good job. You're stuck with that mayor for 4 years. And I'm looking at it from a standpoint of risk, that it's too much risk to take. Now, supposing that mayor goes up for re-election, and I know I saw a reference to a statement by Councilman O'Neill that Newport Beach voters are smart and diligent. Well, many are, but many are not. I know from city elections that when it comes to voting for city councilmen, that many people just automatically default to voting for the incumbent. I don't know who to vote for. I don't know the issues. I just vote for the incumbent. When I was young and stupid, I voted that way many times. And it's not the way to do it. The way we have now is, as you know, the council votes for a new member each year. And the council, not by rule, but by general protocol, picks somebody in the council who has a lot of experience. If the election were tomorrow, Mr. Blom probably wouldn't get that vote because he's lots of experience. So I look at it from a standpoint of risk.
Thank you very much.
Too much risk in one person.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff, my name is Elizabeth Adams. My family has lived in this city since 1955, and for all these years, this form of government has served us well. For these 70 years, I don't understand why anybody wants to change it now, but I did some research into finding out what other cities in South Orange County, how they operate. Maybe some of you who are not familiar might be interested in knowing that of the 15 cities that we consider South Orange County cities, 13 of them, including this city, elect their council and their mayor exactly the way we do it. Whether it is 23,000 people in the city of Laguna Beach or 200,000 in Huntington Beach, down from all the way down the coast into Rancho Santa Margarita, Aliso Niguel, I could name the 15 for you. The two that do not do it this way are Irvine, which has now elected their mayor from the beginning by a vote of the general election. The second one is Costa Mesa, and as I say, be careful what you wish for, because in 2018, they voted for the first time for their mayor, that was Katrina Foley. 2 years later, and I will interject, that Irvine and Costa Mesa only have 2-year terms for their mayors, not 4. That's too much power for too long. We all know that, unfortunately, campaigns and positions can be bought and by whoever spends the most money and sometimes has the nastiest campaign. That's not what we want for this city. I'm just saying 13 out of 15 of us all do it this way. We got it right from the start in 1954. What I discovered in that campaign, that re-election campaign in 2020, where Katrina Foley was re-elected, her staff reported contributions of over $150,000 for that campaign. That's for a 2-year term. And then she vacated the office 3 months later when she became the supervisor. I would have had more fun burning my money if I had contributed to her campaign. My point is this: she may have been the worthy candidate, but I question what promises were made, what deals were done that the contributors thought they might be getting for that money. I would love to see us do this with more of a petition, more study before you subject our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Pulio, and I'm from East Bluff area. This is my first time at a council meeting, but when I got the notification about this amendment, I really wanted to say something. When I read through the amendment and I saw some of the different loopholes, that's what made me really concerned. And that's why I got up here tonight, was because it's not that I'm against voting. I'm for voting, but I'm not going to vote for something like this with all these loopholes where somebody can come in, like they have in the past with some council seats, lived here in an apartment, had no ties to Newport Beach, other than the fact that they wanted to build some things and make some money. And I don't think that that's appropriate. I think anybody who serves on this council or as a mayor should be here for a long period of time, know the community, know the city, know the history, and support that. My biggest fear is what we've seen in so many places here in California. You open this up, and it's going to be a free-for-all, And lots of this money from Soros or whoever will send somebody in and they will be the leader. And then everything goes to hell. That's my main concern for the city, is let's keep it safe. I was so proud of this city during the riots. And I even said something to Will at one of the meetings. I was so proud of how we stood so strong and fought back those riots, and nothing happened to our city. That's what we have to do now. We have to fight back. We can't let outsiders in to destroy our city, because that would be the next step. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Homer Bludow, and I was a city manager for Newport Beach from 1999 to 2009. Therefore, I understand your service to the community, how much time and effort it takes, and knowing that you try and do the right thing, and I salute you for that. Because I have spent 32 years in local government, I have some strong opinions on this issue and a lot of passion, and I don't apologize for that passion. I'm not concerned about the community having the right to vote. It's what would they be voting on. And I want to direct your attention to two provisions in the ballot measure you are considering. Item 404C, the mayor shall have the primary but not exclusive responsibility for interpreting the policies, programs, and needs of the city government to the people. The provision is so general. Who does the mayor share the responsibility with? And what is the definition of the term primary? It seems like that is just subject to interpretation, and I think that's a bad thing. Section D, the mayor shall be the official head of the city for ceremonial purposes and shall perform other such duties consistent with the office as may be prescribed by this charter or as may be imposed by the city council. So this would take us from a city charter that clearly defines what the responsibilities of the mayor are and was duly voted on by the residents to a city charter that would determine the authority of the mayor be given to or shared with 4 city council people, because it says the charter are as imposed by the city council. In effect, you don't have a city charter provision that defines what the responsibilities of the mayor would be. Because of that wording, it could change. Depending on who is mayor, it could change from mayor to mayor. It could change from week to week as far as the way this provision is written. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly. I live here in Newport Beach with my husband and my 4 children. We love this city and we're very appreciative of all that the council does for us. I'm sure you guys have seen many complicated issues come before you, but to me this one seems very simple. I am in support of council allowing voters to decide whether to elect our mayor. I feel that it's the opposite of a power grab that some have claimed. I personally think it should be up to the people of our city to choose whether or not we should elect our mayor. Please vote yes tonight and let the people decide on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Pete. I live in Newport Beach with 3 little kids, and I'm grateful for all of you. I tell my kids every day that the only reason we live in California is because we live in Newport Beach, and we have all of you to do the right thing for us. I'm not really sure that I can state my views any better than you did, Councilman Blum. So I'm going to be brief. First off, I love that you look at the city like a business. I wish more people would. I think if they did that on a grander scale and did that in D.C., the country would be in a lot better shape. And secondly, everywhere we turn as citizens today, it seems as though we're being told what to do, what to wear, what to do with our kids, and then some. And I think very few are going the opposite way and giving us choices and trying to enhance our rights. So I'm grateful for the proposal and the opportunity that you have given us to promote choice. Choice and democracy in the city that we all love. So I want to thank you for your help in this, and I appreciate your good stewardship of the City of Newport Beach.
Thank you.
My name is Fitz Allison. I'm a resident of Newport Beach. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak. What we're talking about here is trust. You trusted citizens of this city to put you in the seat that you're in. You trusted them. If they have enough wherewithal to put you in your seat, they have enough wherewithal to pick a mayor. Think about it. Why are you sitting in that seat? Because you were in an election. Because you went to the citizens and said, elect me to this position. You gave them a choice. All they're asking for is a choice. They're not asking for something grand and, oh, make this person something that it's not. I hear term limits. I hear that 16 years. Well, there are a lot of people that serve in politics for 16 years. Big deal. If they're good, the people will keep them in. If they're not, the people will take them out. But to think that you don't trust the citizens of this city to make a decision on a mayor is beyond me. Why this is even a discussion is beyond me. And so I urge all of you, think about the seat that you're sitting in. Think about how you got in that seat and let the people speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Erin Clark, and as a woman who received her undergraduate degree from Northwestern University, her law degree from University of Notre Dame, and her master's of education from USC, my current role as a mother to a rambunctious toddler, I am rest assured that I did not peak in high school. I appear tonight in support of placing a direct mayoral vote onto a ballot. As a former high school AP government teacher, I am acutely aware that every American generation has worried that political divisiveness might completely unravel the social fabric of this great land. You don't worry about losing something unless it has value. And valuing the basic foundations of our country is what has kept us united. Blue, red, and in between, we value that our country provides opportunity to sustain what works and change what doesn't. Of greatest value to that quest is getting a say of what should be sustained and what should change. So our country honors the dignity of every citizen to vote, to have a say. The city of Newport is full of citizens who should have a say about who speaks on our behalf. Our charitable work, clean beaches, and community events garner great attention, near and far, on a national, if not global scale. And it matters who represents us as mayor. I am actually extremely encouraged by the turnout tonight because it demonstrates a belief in the very thing putting the direct election would do. Honor the voices of our neighbors and allow us the right and privilege afforded by our great country to vote. So speak up, Newport. Your voice has value. And the City Council has the opportunity to dignify that. Let's vote to vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, honorable council people. I feel for you, man. My name's Gary Cruz. I live in Newport Beach, been here for about 35 years. I'm kind of new to city politics. I've been here a couple of times, though. So you're going to have to excuse me, but I really don't understand the why. And I certainly don't understand the why now. It seems to me, and somebody said it earlier, that this might be a solution looking for a problem. But are we really thinking about making a change to something that's been in place for 65 years for an initiative that's been in place for a couple of months? That seems a little bit crazy. I think it should need some more vetting out. We're a small city, and as had been mentioned, 65% of the cities of our size are governed like this. Is there something that we don't know that we know that they don't know? I don't know what that is. I'm not going to rehash. I have the same concerns with being able to retain a quality city manager. I have the same concerns with term limits. But I do want to bring up the fact that, and it's come up earlier, that a small group of citizens in Newport Island were able to get an initiative in front of the Coastal Commission. And we were fortunate to win that, and it's going to come back to City Council soon. It's not so much the success that we wanted, but it's the process that happened. It worked. The process worked. And I'm appreciative of that. These days, you've got to be careful because you've got to balance both sides of all agendas. Whatever you bring up, somebody else is going to bring up. And it's been my observation that putting too much power in one person is seldom a good thing. I may not agree with all of you all the time, but I have confidence in you. And I hope you have confidence in yourselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members and mayor. This is Bud Reevely. Some of you know me from the issues that we had on Newport Island, on the STRs. And I have to say that if this amendment were adopted, that those issues would never be resolved. We wouldn't have any spokesman for us anymore because the agenda is going to be settled by the mayor, and it only can be changed if 3 members of the council come forward and put something on the agenda. Well, how often is that going to happen? Looking at the form of government in California, the overwhelming majority of cities, there's 468 cities, or 97% of all the cities in California employ the council manager form of government, where the executive responsibilities of a municipal government are placed under the day-to-day supervision and control of a council-appointed city managers. Only in the very largest and the very, very largest does the other form of mayor, council, or strong mayor form of government exist. It's only in 5 cities in the entire state. 5 out of the 468 cities. Now you must be doing something right, because I'm happy with the form of government. Grace is your manager. However, just the thought of this has caused her to apply for another job in this community. Is that correct, Grace? No?
She can't. For the record, she said no. Just to be clear, like that's a ridiculous rumor that people are starting.
All right.
She's dispelled that. So
I'd like to know that for sure.
Come on.
Okay. This thing is so fast-tracked. It's never,
All right.
nothing's
Thank you
gone
very
this
much.
fast.
Thank you very much.
From October 10th
Next speaker, please.
to January 14th.
Yeah, next
And
speaker.
it's not from the public.
Thank you so
Believe me.
much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Klobe. The headline in Tom Johnson's Fair Game today says, quote, "Perhaps the biggest council issue since Museum House," end quote. An interesting statement, since this issue has not been brewing for a long time like one might expect. The Elect Our Mayor website was registered on August 25th. 62 days later, this council is being asked to put a major charter amendment on the ballot, an amendment that has been written with no other council or any citizen involvement. Nearly unconscionable, yet here it is. There's an article in the LA Times today by Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist Pat Morrison titled, "In LA, at least our corrupt officials don't have much power." Pat says, quote, "LA's political scandals look pretty small compared to those in other burgs. That may be in part because of how LA city government is designed, to spread out power and keep as much of it out of the hands of any one politician," end quote. The decision before you tonight, crafted with no citizen involvement, is a consolidation of power. Walter Starr and Homer Bludow have written comprehensive analyses of this in local news media. As I have said before, this is not about how popular Will O'Neill is. The room is full of his admirers. I'm one of them. This is about what is left after Will is gone. Consolidation of power breeds corruption. Your decision tonight may well be your legacy on this council. If you look through the names of the residents that oppose this, you will see many past and some future leaders. If I was receiving that kind of advice from so many engaged folks, I would listen to them. Save the $215,000 and move on to the real issues facing the city, like digesting the RENA allocation through less market rate apartments and addressing homelessness by building permanent supportive housing. This is about what's best for Newport Beach. 7 council members with an equal vote works. I'm going to continue to do something that seems to work. Many people feel uncomfortable speaking. I'd like those that support what I have just said to please stand up. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, David Simmons, longtime listener, first-time caller. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to blow this because I'm not as prepared as anybody I've listened to so far. But the things that I've gleaned from this, and I actually kind of waffled a couple times on things, maybe I should be going the other way. But here's the thing that I look at. One, you guys signed up for complexity when you got into this business. I wouldn't run for it, but you guys did. And this thing didn't become complex last night. It's been complex for decades, and you guys are doing a darn good job running it. So why would we want to then throw that in the potential hands of a new mayor? Mayors are bad sometimes. Bad people get elected. If I was elected, I wouldn't show up to anything but the parties. But I could get enough money and maybe get a pretty serious run. The reality of it is, you guys figured that out. There's only a handful of voters that vote for you guys. We all know that. That's the fallacy of handing it to the voters. They don't vote. So the issue is, the only people that figured out how to get a small number of people in this city to vote for people are you guys. So the reality of it, one of you is going to be the mayor. This isn't something we're going to have this anointed mayor show up and learn for 4 years, this complex city. It's one of you, and you already know it. So why are we going through all of this process to decide, why don't we just put one of you in the rotation quicker? Because it's silly. You guys know complexity. You guys know how to get the votes. So let's just face reality. One of you is going to get elected mayor. The rumor mills are rife with who that's going to be and what the reasons are. But the reality of it is, it's doing great right now. So why don't we just stick with it? You guys have taken on a heck of a lot of work, more than I'd ever want to do. But you're doing a darn good job. I'm proud to be in this community, and I'm proud to have all you guys up there because you balance each other off. Some of you guys were dead set against STR rights. Some of you were pro of it. But you know what? Out of that mess, we got some pretty good Coastal Commission approval. So let's just stick with it. Thanks a lot. I'll hang up now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Nathan Holthauser. I am a homeowner in Newport Beach. I also own a business on the peninsula. I've lived here for about 15 years. I grew up, born and raised in Glendora, which was an amazing community. I always dreamed of coming to Newport Beach, which has been a dream come true. I think this is an opportunity in an exemplary city that creates an opportunity for other cities to view excellence. I think Newport Beach is an excellent city. I think this is a way to make it better. I think this is a way to give power to the residents and the stakeholders in Newport Beach to have a voice. There were some scary things that I heard said up here tonight, one of which was there's some really stupid voters. And, I would say that in many cases, there'd be several people within this room that would view me as a stupid person or a stupid voter, but nonetheless, I think my vote counts. And that's what this is about, and I fully support it. And I think that without a doubt, if it's not supported, it really raises a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is James Lehigh. I've been a Newport resident for about 15 years now, and obviously I represent one of the younger voting demographics in this city. See a lot of older folks who oppose this here tonight and want to keep it status quo, obviously. I think that to say that the younger demographic is not showing up to vote is a very naive approach, because we all know that there's been record turnout year after year of the younger demographic. So to assume that the voters who elected you here today shouldn't or couldn't properly vote on a mayor, and just vote in some Yahoo with the most exciting campaign would be exactly what's going to happen, I think is, again, extremely naive. All of us love the city and we want the best things to happen for it. And also remember, as someone who, again, represents the younger demographic, we won't, to Noah Blum's point earlier, we won't forget what happens tonight, whether or not you vote this in or out. So it's not an issue that's just going to die here tonight. It's going to keep being brought up over and over again. And I hope you guys make the right decision tonight so we can move forward and make this city as good as it should be and keep it as good as it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Walter Starr. That was my mother who spoke earlier. Your choices tonight are not limited to just put this on the ballot in June of 2022 or don't put it on the ballot in June of 2022. You could decide that there's a lot of division of opinion and that there might be some devil in the details, as one of the prior speakers said, and form some form of a study group in order to look at this more closely, to look at related issues, exactly what role one wants for the mayor, how long one wants that mayor to serve. You know, in 1787, when Americans got together to write a constitution, they didn't just give the pen to Alexander Hamilton or Thomas Jefferson. No, they got 57 men, and yes, I'm sorry, it was men, into a room in Philadelphia, and they spent all summer haggling about what it should look like, and they focused on the details. And they then had, you know, a vigorous public discussion of that in the form of the ratification debate. And that would strike me as a better model for what you all should be doing, rather than just put it on the ballot in exactly these words with all the problems that people have noted for a vote in June of 2022. You had a lot of names up there of folks who support this, Councilmember O'Neill. None of them were former members of the city council or former mayors. I've talked to a bunch of those folks in the past couple weeks, and one of them I thought put it incredibly well. A colossally bad idea. And the reason is not so much the form of choice, but what that mayor will be. And that's not just about whoever gets to be that first mayor. That's what that mayor will be for years and years. And that's what the council members will become. They will become far less than they are today. And the city manager will become far less than she is today. She will become a chief of staff. Vote no.
Thank you very much.
David Tanner. I've been told by an extremely reliable source that the mayor to be elected has a private vision, a master plan for the city which has not been shared with the public. This vision will bring economic prosperity to the city for generations and establish Newport Beach as an economic and political powerhouse. This vision will take time, thus the need for the extension to a 4-year term. This vision involves a transformation of Newport Harbor into the Port of Newport, helping relieve the long-term shipping backlog facing the Port of LA and Long Beach. This transition will create thousands of new jobs within the city. With the new jobs comes high-rise buildings and high-density housing for all income levels. The city will meet its goal of compliance and exceed its reallocation for a generation. I'm told the mayor-elect has the support of the Building Industry Association, the Pacific Maritime Association, the American Trucking Associations, the American Association of Railroads, and the federal and state legislature, who see the current logistics backlog as critical, impacting not only the state but the country as a whole. In fact, I'm told the mayor-elect has been in contact with the state legislature, who have agreed to draft a Sql exemption for new maritime shipping projects and prepare a legislation to streamline the permitting process, avoiding the need for a vote of the public. With this transition, private, state, and federal funding will be pouring into the city. The city will see new infrastructure to accommodate the thousands of trucks and new rail lines needed to support the port, a port that will operate 24/7. The port master plan will also involve the expansion of John Wayne Airport to accommodate cargo flights 24/7. With this success, the mayor will have put Newport Beach on the map. With the financial support, political support, and lobbying efforts of private businesses and business associations, and the state legislature, the mayor's plan is to become governor of California. As a result, our future city council members will have tremendous political power and industry support to pursue their own political aspirations. Newport City Council will be a stepping stone for those with political aspirations.
Thank you.
So I
Good
ask
timing.
in closing,
Yep. Next speaker, please.
I ask in closing for you to vote tonight to bring the reality of the Port of Newport Beach one step closer.
Thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Avery, council members. My name is Shannon Papazis, and first off, I'd like to ask who that reliable source is. There have been a lot of good points, pro and con, that have been made tonight. I think you guys have a lot of information that you're considering, and I very much appreciate your time and the staff members' time in researching this project. I would like to say that Councilmember Blom, you have really hit all of the major points in favor of this measure. You really limited what I need to say tonight, but the big thing here is experience, right? When you bring someone into a position where they're going to be influencing change, they're going to be setting policy, you need to have someone who's experienced in that role. And having someone come onto council for 4 or 8 years, whatever the constituents decide, and then having that person have the opportunity to run for mayor and use that experience and that skill set that he or she has gained by working with their fellow council members is valuable. We have the quote-unquote move up the totem pole for a reason. That is how people work their way up in every other job that we all do in private work here. So I don't see why the council would be, or the other constituents would be afraid of that. This is something that should be valued. Hard work and experience and learning that skill set should be valued. With respect to the comments on city manager and perhaps taking away the right of the city manager to put something on the agenda would make that a less valued position for someone to strive for, I think that's short-sighted. The city manager has many roles. The city manager is a very valued member of this process, and to say that the inability to put something on the agenda somehow minimizes their role, I think is short-sighted. So if you actually read the measure, it's very clear the mayor's not the only person who's allowed to put something on the agenda. It's the same process as we have now. 3 council members vote to put a matter on an agenda. So that's not changing. In terms of the term limits, people have said it before, 8 and 8, we see that in the highest office of our government. So why any different for the city of Newport Beach?
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Well, you all know I normally come up here with very prepared remarks, but I'm not tonight. But there's so much I'm thinking about here with this scene. And what I know about each of you is a lot of you actually are very libertarian minded. So what that means to me is you're saying, and what I've heard here is, first of all, the city is running really well. Our city is doing damn well. What's the problem? Where's the issue coming from? Second of all, trust the voters, trust the system. Guess what? Our system to put something on the ballot is initiative system. We've done it. It's been proven. You've asked. Our council have asked people if they want something on the ballot, go through the initiative system, right? The museum house, and there's something else big that we've done recently, initiative system. So why is it not working to let the people decide if it's such an important issue to our citizens that it go through the initiative system? Why is that not right for this issue? Why is it so important to make you guys override the citizens bringing it up from the ground issue, and all of a sudden it has to be brought to just 7 people? For some reason, it's been fine to vote on an initiative, but not this issue. If it's so important for citizens, they can do the initiative system. I trust citizens. I believe if it's important for that great, we all love it. We all will trust the vote then. but make it the same system equally as it's been for other issues that have been important to our city. We have had Mr. Duffield, Mr. Muldoon, Mr. Avery, Ms. Dixon, and Mr. O'Neill as mayors in this city, and they've all done damn well. I don't disparage any of you in the job that you've done. What I've heard tonight is disparagement of what has happened from each of you and the powers and the wonderful representation you've done for us. And I don't think that that's true. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Gina Unsworth. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I think the lady before me kind of said a lot of what I was going to say, but what I'd like to say is I am new to politics, probably more new than you, Mr. Blom, for knowing what goes on and how it works. So I've actually come into this with an open mind. And I looked online at the letters for and against. And one of the things I found was that the letters for it were kind of done as a format, leading people easily. And I didn't find a balance to give people the same opportunity to go against it. So then I started thinking, well, I get it. People are pro something. That's the way they want to go. But then I thought, well, why are people frightened of finding out what the other side want to say, and setting up a format? And that's where I think the lady kind of made a better point, that why can't it be a bigger discussion? And tonight I've heard a lot of things, but I've heard a lot of scaremongering and huge numbers don't understand how it works. Well, give me the specifics. If I'm smart enough to vote, give me the specifics of what I need to look at. How many people don't like the way it is? How many people want change? What are the options for the change if change is needed? So I'd ask the city council members, don't be scared of, taking a risk yourselves. It's not just about the voters being smart enough to vote. I think it's about yourselves being smart enough to kind of do it differently. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'm the last one tonight.
Probably not.
Actually, we have another dozen out there. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Yes, I'm not the last one. My name is Leonard Simon, and I live here in Newport Beach. You've heard many reasons asking you to vote yes or no on this election for a proposed charter amendment. I wish to provide you with some statistics or some numbers rather than emotional reasons or opinions for you to consider in your deliberations. One would expect the City Council and the public to see what the proposed amendment to the city charter contains. I don't think it was one of the supporting documents that was in the agenda today. If it was, I guess I didn't see it. But the question is, will the City Council deliberate on that charter amendment, or is it just going to be pushed through the way it is? Secondly, serious initiatives of this type usually require an initiative petition circulated and signed by 9,000 eligible voters, and then submitted for inclusion in the ballot. This has not happened. There are only 7 cities in Southern California, including Newport Beach, with population of 80,000 to 90,000 citizens. Only 2 of them have elected mayors. We happen to be right in the middle of that 80 to 90,000 cities. It's my understanding that if the ballot measure succeeds, the elected mayor will have the sole ability to set the council agenda, not the city manager or the council. This is a restriction that no other city has. Has the council considered the added costs involved with the additional staff required for an elected mayor's office? If this measure succeeds, will the elected mayor be a full-time or part-time position? Moreover, what are the added costs to the budget? Redistricting from 7 to 6 districts will increase the... May I just finish? I've got a half a minute.
Okay.
Please. Redistricting from 7 to 6 districts will increase the number of residents to be represented by each council person. That's 17%.
Yeah. Thank you very
The representation now works? Do we want to increase the representation load on the representatives? And
Thank you.
finally, if the measure succeeds, Newport Beach will be the only city of this size in Southern California that would have a mayor, city manager, council form of government. All the other cities and ours currently have a city council, city manager form of government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Please come forward.
Sorry, he wasn't the last. Richard Cabin. I moved to Corona Del Mar in the mid-'80s. I wasn't really planning on chatting this evening, but I'm confused. My understanding is that the only reason we're here tonight is because there was this agenda item that went out for petition initiative to be signed for the 9,000 that was mentioned earlier that was needed to get on the ballot, and that there wasn't much success in doing that, and therefore let's bypass that system. And it wasn't until the lady and then this previous gentleman brought this up that we're going to bypass that initiative system and just pick, I don't even know how many need to agree to this, 3, 4 of you agree to put it on the ballot. My understanding is that if you can't get 9,000 people to sign a petition, you're not going to win the vote. And so putting it on the ballot is a waste of time, money, and energy, and I don't understand that. And you are setting a precedent that any time an initiative is deemed to be too difficult to obtain or cost too much money, that we will just bypass that by getting 4 members of the council to do that. I think it's a bad precedent, and also this isn't just a mayor that decides on what's on the agenda. I think that the agenda item in detail should. I really like the idea of all you guys going away, pounding it out, working in a room, hating the hours, and coming back in a year and saying, here's what we came up with, and this is like the greatest idea since sliced bread, as opposed to throwing that all out the window and just going with whatever. Somebody said August was when this all started happening. One more comment. If my sister who lives in LA or my other sister in Northern California it says to me that I didn't know you didn't elect your mayor, I understand that. If my next door neighbor says, what, we don't elect a mayor, I got a problem with my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Philip Greer, and most people would say I peaked at junior high. So, Noah, that was a great speech. It seriously was. It showed a lot of passion and a lot of concern for this city. As most of you know, I've been doing elections and politics for almost 30 years. I've done a number of ballot initiatives. I've done a number of elections, recounts, et cetera, et cetera. My purpose here tonight is not to say vote for or against this, but to show some of the defects in the proposed initiative and ask you to put this aside for a couple of months, have a couple of citizen meetings, have an ad hoc commission, and see what you really can do to make this right. As Homer stated, a lot of the verbiage is vague and ambiguous, and that's going to be a problem if this thing gets on the ballot and it gets challenged. There is a serious problem with the California Voting Rights Act in that by consolidating 7 districts to 6 districts, you're looking at how are you going to disenfranchise people, how are you going to evaporate their vote, et cetera, et cetera. So I think those issues need to be resolved. Under the Elections Code, there needs to be a financial analysis. This isn't here yet. There needs to be an impartial statement. This isn't here yet. This thing is not ready. There's been a lot of argument on both sides of it, and a lot of it's been very good on both sides of it. But the thing is not ready for prime time. I would urge this council to simply table this for 2 or 3 months, establish a committee, and then let's come back and talk about it after you've had a lot of public input. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Avery and members of the council. My name is Nancy Skinner. I think the previous speaker said a lot of what I was going to say too. I think it would be very helpful for this community If you're interested in keeping this community the kind of place it is now, where we get along with each other, whether we have different viewpoints, we can still talk, it would be worthwhile, I think, to come back and talk it over. There are a couple of points on the current initiative that I think people aren't even bringing up very much tonight, and one of them is, if I read it correctly, and this is why it would be nice to have these kind of forums where we could talk directly to the maker of this, we only have to live in this city for 30 days to run for this very, very powerful job that takes away power from the rest of you. So I think that that in itself is kind of something to give some discussion to. And my big concern is what this has been brought up, and that is about the city manager. I don't see how we will ever retain a city manager of the quality of Grace if we have a city manager that takes away anything from her or him. That city manager needs to be somebody who's trained in this job, who is respected and is competent. And that's the kind of city manager we want, just like who's sitting right over here now. I don't know that we're going to be able to attract that kind of city manager. And of course, I like what we have now. I think this is the system we should stay with. I just recently learned from something I read, and I guess it's true, that 15 people in a committee some years ago hashed it out the way we're talking about here and came up with something like we have, just like we have now, like a lot of other cities. It works. Why change it? I don't think there's anything better. I think it actually would be worse to have one person in that much power. So I urge you to postpone your vote tonight and try to put together something where we could actually discuss the problems in the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah, if you're going to speak, just move closer, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Tom Baker. I've lived in Newport Beach for 50 years. I'm very nervous speaking. I may drop out some words as I read what I've written, so please bear with me. Citizen Will O'Neill is to be strongly complimented on starting his Elect Mayor initiative. Miss Citizen O'Neill decided to let the people, the registered voters, decide if this initiative should be placed on the ballot. This is probably the most democratic process available to the people. Councilman Bloom, this is the basis. This is grassroots. This is where the people speak, whether they want it on the ballot or not. Okay. At this time, the City Council is considering taking this initiative from the grassroots voters and making it a council decision. This is now greatly complicated because Citizen O'Neill is now Council Member O'Neill. I am not aware of any Newport Beach Council taking a citizen initiative and making it a decision of the council. I ask you to please verify that for me. Why do you want to do that now? It would be a very bad precedence. Please vote no on this agenda item. The council members, please do not take this initiative from the registered voters and make it your decision to place it on the ballot. This should not be placed on the ballot by the council. Let the registered voters sign and decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. My 3 minutes has been covered quite beautifully by a lot of the speakers this evening. But I would like to reiterate what several of the most recent speakers have commented, that you must really take a look at the fact that the residents have spoken. If Mr. O'Neill has not been able to obtain the 9,000 votes in several months, with the type of social media saturation that he has, I think that the city of Newport Beach has spoken. I'm a first-generation Newport Beach resident, so I consider myself to be one of the younger constituents. So I don't think I'm drooling up here. I think I'm just taking a really good look at what the residents have said. And believe me, if I believe that this initiative should be taken up, I would be out there and everybody in my neighborhood would have signed that initiative if it meant carrying a 10-pound petition after 3 levels of spinal surgery, or whatever it was I had. I mean, believe me, you would have gotten those signatures by now. So anyways, I just think that you should all take a look at the fact that the residents have spoken, and I'm obviously opposed to this, and I think that you all need to also appreciate the fact that the city has been run beautifully for the 66 years since we adopted the charter. And let's just sail on and adjust our sails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Andy. I live here in the city. I'm a resident and a homeowner. Thank you all for all the hard work you all put into this, and it's very much appreciated. This, for me, is this is about awareness, and this is a selfish decision. I would like to vote. I think my neighbors would like to vote. I'm going to make sure that my neighbors know that they can vote. I didn't know that we didn't vote for our mayor, and I know you folks. I just wasn't aware. So this is about awareness, and this is about having a right to vote. It's really simple. And if we don't get those votes, then the city spoke. That's it. Real simple. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right, is there anyone else here?
Mayor Avery, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. I had a number of things I might say, but many of them have been said already. I did try to read all the comments that were in the lobby. I noticed one comment that has been made by some of the proponents is that the mayor needs time to learn the job while they're on it. And many people, including some up here, have mentioned that we do this one-year rotation. So for the purpose of historical accuracy, I wanted to point out that our current charter, the scheme in it is actually for the mayor to serve for 2 years. A new mayor is selected only when an election occurs and when new council members are placed on the council members, therefore it is somebody elected by the people, becomes the mayor chosen at the time of that election, and they're supposed to serve unless the council decides otherwise until the next election 2 years later. That is what our charter says. It is only by council policy for the last, 30 years or so that we've been doing this one-year rotation. That's one point I wanted to make. Another thing I noticed, some of the speakers here tonight and many of the comments thought the only question before you tonight is whether you want to trust the people to decide do they want to elect a mayor or not, and then somehow magically, if they decide they want to, the details will all be worked out. As some of the speakers said, but not clearly enough, if you voted what the staff is recommending tonight, it is to put this one very flawed way of electing a mayor on the ballot, give the people that choice and no other choice as to how to elect a mayor, even if they wanted to, with all the other baggage that comes with it. Another thing I saw in some of the comments that had been listed as being in favor of this was people said, don't spend the $215,000 to put it on the primary election, put it on the November election, as if that was free. I don't think it's free to put it on either election, so I would hope we get clarification from the clerk what the cost is of putting it on the municipal general election in 2020.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Avery. I, like many others, wanted to say a lot of things, and Councilmember Blom completely stole the words out of my mouth, even quoting Jefferson, so well done on that. I think when you listen to all the arguments here today, all this does is proves why this should be on the ballot and why the people should vote on this. I've heard a lot of untruths and some crazy and creative narratives, including the signatures, and you couldn't get them, and that's just not true, you know. And there are two different methods and two different ways the city allows for something to be proposed, and this is one, the ballots is the other, and the signatures is the other. This is a valid way to move forward. The people want to put this on the ballot. The council members who are up there are elected officials who represent the people. Why not put this to the vote? All these creative arguments and everything else that we're hearing are just smoke and mirrors and untruths. Let's put this on the ballot and let the people decide. That's simple, plain, and true. Let the people decide. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Jake Jans. I am a resident here in town. My wife and I are raising a young family. We love this community. We're very involved in business and nonprofit, and we've gotten to see the very best of this community in some really tough times. But tonight I just wanted to come in and support the movement for electing the mayor. We have a very amazing community, and it continues to grow and is continuously robust and ever-changing, and I think that the power should be in the hands of the people to make the decision to vote through the mayor, who will lead the way with the vision, and right now that's currently not the system. I believe that the people don't know, and if they don't know, they'll be educated on it. We have things in place right now that there are people at home that are not here tonight and able to support, and it might not be the demographic that we see, and it might be a younger audience, but there is an audience that has had freedoms taken away in interesting times over this last year in ways that we never knew were coming, and that has invigorated a young audience to stand up and fight for what we want, and we want to put leadership in place that we can get behind. So I think tonight I'd like to encourage you to allow the people to place the vote on this, and I support this movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Council members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. 40-year resident of Newport Beach, and I came here opposed to this initiative. And then I've heard many comments on both sides. And so the truth is, I'm confused. And I think a lot of us are confused because we've heard really good arguments that there are problems with this initiative. And those should be worked out before it goes to the public. Mr. Bloom, it was a great speech. And we're all in favor, everyone's in favor of people voting. And I want to vote too. But before it goes to a vote to the public, because we're easily confused by the rhetoric that we hear, I don't think it should be brought up until you guys have worked it out. And it sounds like it's been a real short term that this has, it came out in August? Has there been enough debate? Are there loopholes? And if there are, you should fix it before it goes to the public. Thank you for the opportunity. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anybody else want to speak? This is it. This is it. Anyone else? I don't want anybody to say we didn't let you speak. All right. Seeing none.
Should we back up here?
Yep, we're bringing it back up here. Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, what an evening in democracy at work. And it's enlightening to listen to our residents to come out and speak. The last speaker really sums up an issue that I think is well understood by him, and I hope everybody listened. We are, and several speakers have said this, we are asked tonight to vote to put this initiative that has been written on the ballot, but we're not discussing the content, the alleged flaws, etc. So I have some comments to make, so please bear with me. And we've heard many this evening for and against the elected mayor proposal. We've received many letters for and against the proposal. Interestingly, the majority of the letters in support of the elected mayor proposal are similar, apparently prompted by a formulaic template. The majority of letters opposed to the elected mayor proposal contain thoughtfully written observations of our current council manager system of government, its history, comparison with other cities, with or without elected mayors, and an overall reflecting deep knowledge, experience, and substantive examples of nearly 70 years of benefits of our current council manager form of government. A common thread running through all of this discussion tonight is let our voices be heard and let's vote. I could not agree more emphatically, but let's be informed on what we are voting on, and that is primarily my point as I speak. The matter before us this evening has not been exposed to transparent public scrutiny, public debate, compromise, or consensus building, the foundational processes of a democratic system of government. We took an oath as council members to serve the people that are represented here tonight to the best of our ability, and that includes informing the public to assist the people of Newport Beach in making informed decisions. To throw this charter change out to the public without the due diligence on our part as council members to explain the foundational elements of our council manager system of government and the ramifications of this proposed charter change is a disservice to our residents. It reminds me of Nancy Pelosi commenting on the Obamacare bill to pass that legislation. We have to pass the bill, she said, so that you can find out what is in it. Well, that may be funny, but it's true as far as this matter is. People really don't understand, and it's our job to explain it through public discussion of the what is in the process of agenda setting and the role of the council and the city manager in this process. Just like Obamacare, if we vote tonight to put this item on a future ballot, it will be too late. There are no changes, no amendments. It's a done deal. We're telling the voters essentially read it yourself, and we're not going to help you. The matter before us tonight is deceptively simple. Up or down vote on a matter of great consequence, whether to place a measure on a future election ballot to amend our 70-year-old city charter. This is being done tonight with proposed new provisions to our city's charter and form of government without so much as a change in punctuation, much less any substance from this council. No background information, no analysis, no staff report. I believe the voters deserve better. Every single matter, policy matters, contracts, routine items put on a council agenda is presented with a staff report, which many of you, of course, are familiar with, which includes an objective analysis of the issue at hand to give council members and the public a complete history and background of an issue. These are public documents and a matter of public record and history. A previous item tonight that was brought up on the agenda regarding Hoag Hospital development agreement. I don't know if many of you saw the staff report on that, but it combined 20 years of discussions at this council on previous development agreements with Hoag Hospital. And hundreds of pages were in the staff report, the binders that we get. It was this thick. That is what a staff report does. It gives the history, it gives the context, it gets the reasons for it. Tonight's discussion on an elected mayor has none of this background, analysis, historical context, or important detail about our charter and system of government. I believe it is disrespectful to our residents who deserve to be fully informed with the facts. I fully expect that public discussion will occur prior to an eventual election if this gets voted on tonight to be put on the ballot. But that discussion will not be informed by impartial staff analysis, only a limited number of eventual ballot arguments limited to 300 words or less, and then a rebuttal of 250 words. The public discussion leading up to the election will have no effect on the provisions of this amendment to our charter. Lock, stock, and barrel, this proposed change is set in concrete. No change, no alteration, no public input on the content. Once it is approved on the ballot at the action tonight, it's too late. Some have said ambiguous, vague provisions are contained in the draft, in the initiative. It's not a draft, it is the initiative. Will have enormous consequences for our city, and they will remain intact as written And if approved by the voters, because everyone wants to vote for the mayor, it can't be changed unless there's another charter amendment. And this has all been written by one person. This proposed ballot measure is not the result of a groundswell of community activism to change our city's charter. In year 2000, the Greenlight Citizens Initiative, some people here who were part of that are still here, that amended Charter Section 423 was the result of a multitude of community meetings and public vetting and debate over the course of many months, and they qualified that initiative that amended our charter. It took many, many months and community debate. Prior city councils have formed a citizens committee to charge its citizen members to analyze the charter and report back to the city council with proposed revisions, additions, or changes. This has occurred many times over our city's history. The latest extensive revision occurred in 2012, and interestingly, with I think probably 24 different amendments from the citizens committee, there was not a single amendment proposing a change in our form of government. The process tonight is on a fast track to the ballot. There are no signatures submitted from the required 9,000 voters or public discussion on the merits. The proposal before us tonight will substantially alter our form of government. It will dramatically change the public citizen representation structure that has served us for 70 years. Many tonight have asked, and myself, I've asked why. What is the problem that needs to be fixed? At least 8 former mayors and many more former council members and civic leaders have asked the same question. Newport Beach is one of the most highly respected, financially stable, and well-managed cities in California. Our property values are strong and consistently rising. Private residential and commercial investors, that includes all of us, obviously are pleased with their investments in our city precisely because of the stability of our government, staff, and business environment, providing reliable, low-risk investment opportunities for the future. We have announced this very evening in the next agenda item a stunning $30 million budget surplus, precisely because the city is well managed. It's conservatively managed and fiscally prudent. Our city budget is balanced, no reserve funds paper over shortfalls, which incidentally happens in our neighboring city with their mayor and council form of government. We announce budget surpluses nearly every year, and at least every year I've been on the council for 7 years. Our professional staff is stable, high performance, and lean and mean. When Mr. O'Neill spoke to the community in February 2020 upon his election by all of us as mayor, during his State of the City remarks, he said he was quite happy with the way things were. Indeed, he said that we were strong, united, and blessed. What has happened in less than 2 years to change his mind? I would like to see our community engaged in a robust discussion on how we should be governed. That is, if we see compelling evidence that a groundswell of residents, a significant and large number of residents, are not satisfied with our city's present representative government. From my own personal experience over the last 10 years, including 2 terms as mayor, I have never had anyone tell me we needed an elected mayor to run our city better. Creating an executive position of absolute power at any level of government was not in the minds of Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Madison, or Mr. Hamilton. Let's look at the broader issues. What is the best form of government for a city of our size now that we've brought this all up? What is the goal we have in mind? More financial stability? We are a strong city financially. More citizen participation? We have an active and informed citizenry, obviously. More decisive decision making? Indeed, public policy making takes a long time, but the end result is usually improved policy and less waste of taxpayer dollars. More state or federal grants? The city has successfully lobbied our state and congressional representatives for tens of millions of dollars of state and federal grants over the years to fund a myriad of projects every year: harbor dredging, infrastructure, COVID relief most recently, and more. Let's open this important matter to the people of our community. This charter change before us has been drafted by one man, not a committee, one man with a keyboard and a robust social media network. This is a charter amendment by Instagram influencers. I propose we have an open, fully transparent, thorough exploration of this issue involving a broad cross-section of our residents to ensure our community is fully, completely, thoroughly knowledgeable of the consequences to our city of an elected mayor form of government, then we will all, including this council, become more knowledgeable and informed on the consequences of this change. No one sitting on this dais, myself included, has fully analyzed the impact of these changes on our property values, business environment, and overall reputation as a well-managed city. So, in conclusion, I offer a substitute motion as follows. The City Council shall create a Citizens Committee for charter reform, that the Citizens Committee shall consider not only direct election of the mayor, but other charter changes for the city government, that the Citizens Committee shall consult broadly with the residents of Newport Beach, with those in similar cities, and with experts on local government, that the Citizens Committee shall encourage broad community participation and discussion by holding public Brown Act meetings. The staff of the city shall provide appropriate support, including legal support, to the Citizens Committee, and that the Citizens Committee shall report back to the City Council with suggested charter changes, if any, in not less than 9 months in order to qualify for the November 2022 ballot. If the changes are approved by the City Council in time for the ballot qualification, that would be the goal. On a personal note, I was going to end my comments right there, but later this afternoon, before the council meeting started, I received a telephone call. Many of you know I'm running for a higher office. I received a telephone call suggesting that if I said these words tonight, if I voted no, my political future is in jeopardy. That is what I heard. I was told to abstain. I am not going to abstain. I made a second.
Please.
I've made a substitute motion. I would appreciate a second so that we could have some discussion and the support of my colleagues. I think we've heard from many people here this evening that nothing's perfect on the first draft, and it would be beneficial and meritorious for this community to get into this issue just as I've described, and let's fine-tune it. If this is what the people want, I want the people to decide. I want the people to vote on this eventually, but let's make it as good as it is that Newport Beach is. If the people want this, fine, but let's make it perfect, and that's what Newport Beach is. Thank you.
I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you. Mr. Blum.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have no prepared remarks for this evening. I didn't write a speech about why this is important to me. And I don't disregard the citizens of this city enough to say that they can't make a decision on their own, that they can't look at an initiative, read the ballot measure, and decide. And for me, that is the reality. There's a lot of people in this room, and most of them are engaged. There's a lot of other people that live in this city that are not as engaged as you guys, that aren't as involved in politics and the goings-on. And they believe something different. They believe that they currently do elect their mayor. We're looking to move some of that confusion away. And more than that, I think the interesting thing about this is, as I've run through, I have a litany of notes up here. The first is that we take power away from our city manager. If anyone's ever sat up on this dais and understands what it takes to be here, you understand how much work our city staff does. It's not us. I'd love to say it was. I'd love to say that this is my full-time job. It's not. I have a full-time job. It's theirs. And they do an amazing job at it. And they're not going to stop doing that because there's an elected mayor. The elected mayor is not something that takes power away from the people. It's something that gives you a representation of the person you know to go to if you're looking for strength and power, something that can help you. We don't lessen our city manager because of this. Grace is phenomenal, amazing. We love her more than you can possibly imagine. But all of the arguments have been about what if, What could be? What if this happens? Yeah, we all live in America right now. What if? What if this happens? That's not what's going on. We're trying to adjust it, and everyone's trying to turn it. I want you to have the power back. I don't want to take it away. I don't want to move it away from any member out there. Anyone that doesn't agree with me, I commend you. Thank you for not agreeing with me, because that's how democracy works. Democracy is about your voice and only your voice. You don't get to command your neighbors. You command yourself. So you can do everything you want to try to win over the people around you, just like we can during a candidacy, just like we have to during an election. I'm not a politician, and any of you that know me know that. I hate politics. I actually dislike almost all politicians. You guys are okay-ish. But the idea is that in the end of the day, our job up here is to represent you. And so all this initiative is, everything about it, is to give you the voice instead of us. I'm trying to take the power away from us in everything we do. We were an early city to relinquish our emergency powers. A lot of people have brought up that we are somewhere in the middle of cities that have a mayor or don't. Great. I want the power back to the people. Every reason I am sitting up on this dais has nothing to do with me. You don't want me up here in a few years? Fine. That's okay with me. Vote me out. I'm all right with that. Trust me. So it's a lot of work. But if I do something in these few years, it's that I gave as much power back to the people of Newport as possible. There is so much rhetoric and so much politics involved in this, and I'm sick of it. I hate it. I hate that there is a horse trade that goes on every year to see who becomes mayor. It's something that you don't understand because you're not involved in it, and I want you to. I want you to know that this is out of your hands, who becomes mayor. And I want to put it back into your hands. I don't want to take power away from Grace or Aaron or Leilani. I love them. They're amazing. They are honestly the greatest staff I could ever ask for in my life. But what I ask the people to understand is that sometimes the fight to give away power, we will say whatever we have to keep it. The difference for me is I don't want it. I love my business, and it's not politics. I love what I do, and I only love it because I've empowered the people that work for me to do their job. I'm still in charge, but that doesn't mean that I make every decision. Just like a mayor. A mayor still relies on city staff. They still bring forward the vast amount of the motions. So a lot of those ideals that have been thrown out, that there's one person setting the agenda, is wholly incorrect. City staff negotiates contracts. They make sure we're doing what we have to do. Otherwise, nothing would run. Could you imagine just politicians running this world? Good God, man. Let's not have that. That's a nightmare for everybody. At the end of the day, and it was said earlier, I will not apologize for my passion. And I'll not apologize for the reason that I'm sitting up here now. Someone else said that it's easy to be an incumbent because it's easier to win. I ran against an incumbent, and I won. I have no history in politics. I'm not involved in any way. But I had enough passion to tell the people of Newport that I would always speak for them. And the interesting thing about this is that I do hear the voices of Newport, and not the political voices of Newport, but the real voices of Newport. The ones that eat at my restaurant and sit and chat with me, and that have varying political ideals from left to right. And ironically, if you don't agree with me, that's okay too. That's part of what this system is built to be. So let the people choose. What are you afraid of? Why are you so afraid to send this to a ballot? If it fails, so be it. It failed. It'll move on, and we'll continue with the system of governance that you swore was right. All I'm asking is that you ask all of your neighbors, everyone involved, not just those that agree with you. Because the algorithm will always tell you what you want to hear. But sitting in this room right now, there has to be an open debate about what it is we're here for. And the only thing I'm here for is that I don't like it right now. This has nothing to do with who will run for mayor. Shit. You want me to run against Will? I will. Okay? Probably not. I actually have a restaurant to open. But run your own person. Find out who you want there. Support them. Put this much money and energy into that system. Back the person you want. That's democracy. Instead of fighting the idea of democracy, instead of trying to shut down this idea that we should have the right to vote on who our elected representatives are. That is where the insanity lies. This is not about, do you want a mayor? This is about, should the people decide that we want a mayor? And everything I am up here to do is to give the people back as much power as I can. And if I have to drop the mic after my 4 years and say peace out to all of you, then so be it. I don't care. I had a great run. I love my city more than you can imagine, and I'm always willing to put my money where my mouth is. I will invest in this city till my last dying breath. I will continue to buy and open things, but as I look out among you, the arguments have been about procedure and protocol. Those aren't my arguments. My arguments are about democracy. They're not about the nuances of what the few of us read. They are about the decisions of the many. And none of us want to be represented by someone we do not put in power. And that is where I have issue. And the main issue I have is that we have a lot of mayors to my left. And they are wonderful, amazing people, and I would never have anything negative to say about any of them. And I'm proud to serve with them. But we are a young city, even though we are a little bit old. But our growth and where we have to be and where we're going in the future is a necessity. And whether we like that or not, whether we want it to stay the same or not, doesn't mean that the future isn't going to change. It doesn't mean that the state around us isn't going to implement new laws and new regulations upon us. And if we don't have strength and governance for that, if we don't have someone with the experience to do it, we'll lose. There's no point on any board I ever sit that I would put a weak CEO. And I don't trust the people of Newport to put a weak mayor in place. So find your strength in your own vote. Don't find it in your opposition to an idea. Find it in who you want to be mayor. And rally for that person. Put this energy that you've put out here tonight towards your candidate. That's what democracy is. It's not about you don't like the rhetoric. The rhetoric is the candidacy. So fight. And fight for what you want. Whether it's for me or against me, I don't give a shit. Can I swear on here? No, I can't. So I don't care. I want you guys to choose. And that's the irony of this debate and why we're here so late. I want you to choose, not me. I want to pass this on to the citizens of Newport, and your voice will be heard. So let your voice be heard. This isn't about the nuance. This is about what you want. Thank you.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. First, I have to set something straight. A lot of people are feeling defensive. That gentleman, Roy Engelbrecht, he ran against me, and he did an op-ed campaign. He probably found my high school yearbook. So when he says your peak was high school, he was talking about me, not you. So don't worry about it. There's been great public input. I've taken diligent notes, and a lot of stuff I've taken into consideration. There have been issues that have come before us that we've gotten the idea from grassroots. For example, the notes of certificates of participation, that were passed with the voter initiative. I got that idea from someone at one of my campaign events who says, hey, how do we make it so the voters have a say in debt going forward? I was not involved in the petition, the signature gathering, but I'm telling you, I can't bring myself to vote against something that's going to let the people decide. I do have a couple questions, and I will be making a substitute motion with a couple amendments. The 30-day residency requirement, what is that current day requirement for a regular council member election? Is it 90 days or 30 days? I don't recall.
30 days.
It's 30 as well. So it reflects essentially the council member 30-day requirement.
Correct.
And I'm guessing state law makes it say, you can't be born on the peninsula to run for city council, right? Because even then Duffy couldn't run. There's restrictions on how long we can make someone live here under
That's
state
correct.
law. So, I heard that objection. I think it's important, but I think if you understand that's what the law requires, that you'll accept that's reasonable. There is one section that caught my attention and pointed out. I noticed it before, but Homer Bludow provided some extra color on it, and I want to look into it. That is section 404C. And I tend to agree that it's somewhat vague on its face. Under the current system right now, who has the primary decision-making or input when it comes to how policies are interpreted, Mr. Harp? First, during a council meeting when it comes to Robert's Rules of Orders, which are informally followed, and then perhaps just a regular policy when we're not on the dais. Who are the individuals who have the say, and then is there a backstop to them, meaning can a majority of council members help with that decision-making process and interpretation?
Well, I think it's interesting because the language that Mr. Bludow was discussing is in the current charter. That's what the language is today. But oftentimes the city council will come up with, for instance, a legislative platform that sets forth what your ideas are as far as positions that the mayor could take on different pieces of legislation. So that's one way that the city council basically kind of bookends, what the positions of the city are. And that's what's been done under the current language, and that language is not changing.
So currently, right now, as the charter is written, it is the mayor who has a primary but not exclusive responsibility for interpreting the policies, programs, and needs.
Yeah, that language is currently in the charter.
So there's not a change there, actually.
There's not.
Okay, so Mr. Bludow, it's good insight into if you were to opine that it needs to be changed for the better, but that's actually not being changed at all by this initiative being put forward this evening.
Then why is it up for vote?
That's a good question, Mr. Harp. Why is it included?
So you basically put it in for, we have context here, right? So you do strike through for language that's being, so you have your regular language, you have underlying language, which is new language, and then you have language that's stricken out. Does that sound right? Stricken?
Yeah.
Stricken.
Yep.
I'm not very good at English or math.
It's late. Yeah.
But in essence, that's what you do to show kind of what's being changed. So you have an existing piece of legislation now that's in the charter, and we're using, those tools to show how it's being modified.
So, Mr. Bludow, essentially the same language is, excuse me, sir, it has to be directed through the mayor. Mr. Bludow, essentially the language being offered again to be repetitive and provide context, but is not new language, is not creating any substantive change to the charter document. Is that correct, Mr. Harp?
That's right. So, I think it's a good example. So section 404, the one he was referencing, basically there's language that's been stricken out. There's basically language that's been added, and then there's the original language because there's currently existing a section 404 in the charter. So it's just showing the changes.
Okay, so right now, if we adopt it this evening, before we to do so, and if the voters were to again adopt it with the vote of the people, currently, if there's a policy issue and it requires an interpretation for either a policy, a program, or needs of the city government to the people, if there was a vote of the council, that would ultimately decide that policy. We vote on policies all the time, so I'm guessing, although the mayor does have what says here, primary, that is, he or she is not the end-all, be-all. It is, in fact, a democratic process still.
That's correct.
Okay, I thought that was very important. I want to look into that because my goal is not to water down democracy in any way. My goal is to be objective and let the voters decide if they want more democracy. But I think you're pointing out a really good point that actually probably was a flaw in the original charter. I wanted to acknowledge it, but I am satisfied with his answer that essentially it can be, decided by a majority of the members of the council with the mayor not having any extra representation on the council on that issue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I actually stand corrected. There are two things that I thought, based on what I heard, could perhaps require me to request a change to this, but apparently it's been very thoroughly vetted. I still appreciate all the input, and I understand I've had people who I respect immensely, personally have nothing to do with politics, who have expressed my opinion on this, and I've essentially said, hey, I understand. As a matter of fact, as a council member, it's kind of fun trading horses up here and finding out how you're going to get a chance to become mayor, right? Maybe if you take someone out to dinner, they're going to say yes, which is not the way it actually works. But I've had people I respect very much approach me with concerns about this, and I said, hey, this is where I'm leaning. This is why I feel this way. At the end of the day, though, I think it's just the best way is just to let the voters decide. And I can't in good conscience not allow the voters to have that decision. And if it doesn't get supported, to be honest, it doesn't really bother me much. I'm not viewing this as a political issue. I'm really viewing this as I don't want to be an impediment to democracy in any way. And I understand also people feel that this is not necessarily the way I see it, and I still respect that position. So I will make a substitute motion. Councilwoman Dixon, she said substitute, but she meant a motion. I'm making a substitute motion.
Substitute, because hadn't there been an original motion?
Not yet. There's a staff report, no original motion. So I believe you have the original motion. So I'm making a substitute motion to approve this item as written.
Yeah, I think there's one item here that you would need to give us input on. So you'd be moving items A through E, and then under item F, there'd be a decision whether or not to designate councilors drafted arguments for or against the ballot, because there was no names inserted in that resolution.
I can second Mr. Muldoon's motion, and then we can work on F to decide who's going to do that. And I'm happy to write that draft argument.
Yeah, so I would accept his motion. I would entertain a friendly amendment to answer those questions you have, Mr. Harp. Thank you.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to point out a couple of things. So when I was first elected, 4 of us came in here, and we had no idea. None of us had ever been in office before. I certainly was not a politician. And we had to decide who was going to be mayor. And people wanted me to be mayor. Me? I don't even know what I'm doing here. I know nothing about being the mayor. And none of us did, but we turned to Ed Selich, who had been the mayor twice before. And we asked him, and he said yes. He was a great mayor, so he's been the mayor. He was the mayor for 3 years and did a great job. That's just a point. The other thing I know that happened to me when I was going to Washington, D.C. 5 years in a row to get money to dredge our harbor, I went into offices, every agency from the EPA to senators, representatives, assemblymen, every conceivable Army Corps of Engineer, office. It takes 2 days to do it. You walk about 10 miles a day. And I'll tell you what, when I went into the office and I was a councilman and we were sitting around on staff and telling our story, you have a minute or two to speak, and staff takes notes because you're trying to get money. And when you're a councilman, you could see they weren't writing down in their little notes books. They just were listening. But when I went in there as mayor, everybody perked up. And I will tell you, it was almost to the point of, it annoyed me because they just wanted to find me, and I'm with my other folks, and they don't care about them. They want to know who's the mayor. So when you're trying to get something accomplished in Washington, D.C., I've seen it work. And if I had come back another year to to build on those relationships as a mayor, that would have been powerful. If I'd come back a third time as mayor, people would have known, okay, this guy, he's the real deal. What he's saying is legit. You can also do that in Sacramento, but you can't do it if you're just mayor for 1 year. You don't get that clout. Now, that's just my observations that I lived. And I will tell you, Ms. Dixon, I got more robo emails, people with no last names. I must have got 50 of them. So you don't know what I got, but I got it, threatening me with they're never going to rent a Duffy again. You name it, I got it. That my father would be mad at me. It's all over the board. It really was annoying. And when you see somebody with no last name, you obviously know there's something awry. But again, when I was elected, I won by a landslide, and I'm not a politician. Why do you think that happened? I'll tell you why it happened, because an appointed mayor and 3 other council people snookered us into paying for this building with a financial instrument that did not require a vote of the people. So we're now saddled with $23,000 a day debt to pay for this. And it's a beautiful building. I'm not going there. It's the fact that we did not get to vote. We got to vote to move the city council headquarters to here, but then we didn't get to vote for this building. And I know I was elected by a landslide because the people were upset. They were upset, so they put in me, and that's what can happen. If you don't like the mayor, you can vote him out. There's no reason to think that there's going to be a mayor for whatever you guys are, 16 years. It's all about doing what is right, and if you see them doing it wrong, you don't vote them back in. So I think that's about all I had. I just would love to just see the people get a chance to vote for this. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah. Appreciate the clarification by Mr. Muldoon on Section 404C. It's been interesting. I've seen that argument out there that that provision is shouldn't be in the charter, and folks are acting like this initiative put it there, or at least is trying to put it there. It doesn't change it. Actually, it's been in the charter. I haven't heard anyone criticize it until this process. So I doubt that an initiative that doesn't change any of that language would be knocked down on vague and ambiguous grounds, has been alluded to a couple times. The other thing I wanted to point out when folks are talking about districts going from 7 to 6 and having an elected mayor, kind of worth remembering that you have 7 people running at large, which means that, yeah, they have to live in a district, but they're running citywide. And in this system, you would have 7 people running at large, which means they'd have to run citywide. You're represented by 7 people now. You'd be represented by 7 people again under this proposed system. You don't elect only the person in your district. You elect every person up here. And if this change went through, you would continue to elect every person up here. It's probably worth remembering that when you're working through the thought process of how people are elected now versus what the proposed system would be. So I'd be ready to vote when, I'm sorry, I'd also like the opportunity to be one of the authors. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner.
This is complex. Everything we deal with up here is complex. And I think it's really interesting when people say, let the people vote, and that it's simple. I mean, several people tonight said it's simple, just let the people vote. Nothing is simple. Everything we do up here is complex, and it takes a lot of conversation. Because of the Brown Act, we can't even just sit and talk as a group, aside from public meetings. So you have to figure out, what it really means and what it's going to do and what the unintended consequences are. It's never easy. Now, this sounds easy. It sounds like, well, it's obvious, just let the people vote. But, I was thinking, as some of my colleagues were talking about trusting the voters, if they would have given the same speech on the night of the recall election on the governor, because I don't think any of them felt like they liked what the voters had decided on that night. So it's very easy, and I mean, I'm seeing this throughout the whole spectrum, that it's easy to fool some of the people some of the time. And it takes a lot of discernment to get to the point where you can say, okay, I see the pros and I see the cons, and I see what might happen if we do this, and I see what might happen if we do that. It's difficult to get to a really good decision. And that's why I liked Diane's proposal, because a citizens committee that is looking at all sorts of issues in our charter that says, okay, maybe this is one we want to elect our mayor, and I might even be in favor of that after it's been fully vetted and discussed and tweaked, and they might say, okay, we'd like to elect our mayor. They also might want to say we would like to be voting for our representatives by district. That's another thing that we might down the line change. They also might want to say living in Newport Beach for 30 days is not long enough before you get to be a city council member or a mayor. There's a lot of things that over time you look at your document. I mean, that's the reason there have been amendments to the Constitution, is because over time situations change and you look at the document in a new light, and you have to really look at it and really spend the time necessary to try and figure out what this means and what that means and how we're going to make this happen. And it's, I've always said the most important quality for a city council member or a mayor is intention. Why are you sitting up here? Are you sitting up here because you want to further your career? Are you sitting up here because you want to just make a name for yourself? Are you sitting up here because you like your point of view and you want to push your point of view at every opportunity possible? Or are you sitting up here because you want this to be the best city, maybe not just in California, but in the entire United States to live in? And if that's your intention, then you really have to look at all of the innuendos and all the little twists and turns, because it's not easy. It's not easy to make this the best city in America, and I think we've done a pretty good job so far. I had one thought as we were talking about the idea of the initiative process, going out into the community and gathering signatures really spurs debate. I mean, you get a lot of people talking about it, and when the museum house came up, I mean, people were pushing the thugs out of the way that were trying to keep them from signing our petition in order to get to our petition and sign it. We got those signatures in 13 days, and it really indicated that the community wanted us to look at that. Well, we have another way of getting things done up here. For instance, if a part of our community wants some traffic measures changed in their part of town because they think that there's too many, there's too many people racing on their residential streets, our policy up here is that we need that community to give us a petition that has just about 70% of the people that live there telling us that they want these changes made. So if that's how we make the decision about whether to put a speed bump in somebody's neighborhood, shouldn't we at least have something that strident to try and change our city charter? Because it's a huge thing to change our city charter. And the last thing I want to say is that I've lived here for 60 years, and I have never seen the politics on this council that I have seen in the last few years. It's distressing to me. And it's one of the reasons I ran for council, because I want people that live in our community to serve their time up here, not because they want it to chalk it up on their resume so that they can run for higher office. That may happen. I'm not opposed to that happening, but I don't want that to be their primary goal in serving on this council. I want people to serve here because they love Newport Beach and they want to do everything. And I said to Will when I first got elected that as long as I said, I'm not sure I trust you, but as long as you're doing the right thing for the city of Newport Beach, I'm with you. And I like it when I can be on the same side as Will, because he's obviously bright and, I've told him he could be president of the United States, and it's a real possibility. And I had to take Will out of my equation when I was measuring this item and say, okay, if it's Will, that's one thing, but it could not be Will because he may have moved on to higher office and it could be someone else. So does this measure stand on its own? Is it a strong indication of what's going to make our city the best possible city that it can be? And I concluded that not yet. But maybe after it is fully digested and discussed and modified and made to be an even better measure than it is, I might actually vote for a directly elected mayor. But it's not ready yet. And I'm afraid that our legacy here is going to be that we turned our city over to politicians, because once Will is gone and maybe all the rest of us, I can guarantee you that there are politicians who are going to use this as a stepping stone to try to get to higher office. Because being the mayor of Newport Beach, as Duffy said, it means something. And so even if we think Will would do a good job, who is going to come down the line, move into our city just because they think that it's really going to benefit them in the long run to serve as the mayor of Newport Beach and try to use that to parlay their power into greater power? So I'm in favor of Diane's motion. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Brenner. I'm just want to get on to procedure here, doing the right thing. So I did offer a substitute motion because I misunderstood. I thought, no, I had already made that motion. So I've just conferred by text with the city attorney. So I can introduce a substitute motion to Mr. Muldoon's motion, and which concurs with what Councilmember Brenner just said. If we're going to put something before to the voters, let's make it the right thing to do, to amend our charter. That is what we do. We do good policy and put it before the voters. One thing we really, really have not talked about tonight, and nor has the public, is the district realignment. I mean, that's huge. I think one speaker said that the districts, in the wisdom of our founding mothers and fathers here, set up districts aligned with our villages, Balboa Village and Balboa Island and Corona del Mar and Newport Heights and now Newport Coast. We're going to lose that. Have we really thought that through? We certainly haven't debated it, and I'm not trying to debate that now. It's just it's an example of what needs to be thoroughly discussed in such a way that you go in a public forum, in a public Brown Act meetings, is talk about, and we have the committee, the Citizens Committee, do work on whiteboards and say, now, this is what hasn't happened. And in this situation, what would happen? Given that, going back to what Mr. Muldoon was clarifying with the city attorney on the power of the mayor, the reason that it hasn't been a problem for 66 years is because the mayor in our form of government is the first among equals. And frankly, the selection of the mayor process, while it may appear to be contentious and I guess uncomfortable for Mr. Blom, it all ends up virtually, for 6 of my 7 years, it was a unanimous vote for mayor. It forces us all to come together in a civil and collegial way to come to a unanimous, and maybe Mr. Blom didn't realize that as a new member of the council, but that is how mayors have typically been elected from the council, is that it's forced that collegiality, and it has worked, and it's helped stabilize how we manage. But the mayor is, in our current system, is protected, or his power is protected because it's ceremonial, and he or she is presiding over council meetings. That's what the charter says. So coupled with an elected mayor, those words may take on different meaning, because the elected mayor is bringing with him or her significant power, and power to influence who runs for city council. I mean, there's just all kinds of things. Another point I wanted to make, somebody said about, and he spoke intelligently about how council manager form of government really came. The history of council manager forms of government, as a political science student, I learned this many years ago, is that it was a direct improvement. Cities that were formed, states and cities that were formed west of the Mississippi, so 100 years ago, was to be different than the eastern part, the East Coast, where Tammany Hall and other special interest power centers were in New York City, for example, and that's where the power was. So the western cities said, we don't want to have a power-centric mayor form of government. We want a professionally managed city with a council manager, council, and the manager is the professional manager, the council is the policymaker. That is what's worked successfully in all these other cities that have been cited beyond California that have council manager forms of government. It takes the power away, and we disperse it amongst all of us here who are legislating and created equal, if you will. So my substitute motion is to bring back my original motion to allow the people to vote on the best formation possible.
I think we may have had a misunderstanding.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you can't, there are going to be up to 3 motions on the floor.
Yeah.
But you can't just take your motion and put it in hierarchy above the
I
substitute motion.
okay, but that's fine.
You can't move your motion to be voted on first.
Well, then it's okay. It's my substitute motion to Mr. Muldoon's motion.
Yeah, you can't make the same exact motion, though. You already made the motion. It was what it was. Then there was a substitute motion to that. You can't do another substitute motion, basically reiterating the original motion.
I substitute or substitute.
So there can be 3 motions on the floor, but they need to be different motions. You can't have the same motion on there twice.
Can I make just some modification about adding the review specifically of the district form of government? That is a difference. Okay.
I move to table.
Well, can I make a substitute? Now we've got 3.
No.
Can you make a substitute to the other 2?
Hang on a second. As a point of order, hang on a second. As a point of order, there is an original motion there is a substitute motion, and then there's an attempt to get around that hierarchy by making a slight modification to the original motion. If that
That's
is in order, then I move to table the substitute motion, which is a non-debatable motion, and I need a second. We can vote on that, and then we'll go right into the second, the motion made by Mr. Muldoon. If I am correct in that, which I am fairly confident I am, then I have made a motion to table, which is a non-debatable motion, at which point we are going to be moving in and voting on that first. And if that is correct, then we can move into voting on Mr. Muldoon's motion.
Tabling, what are we tabling?
Substitute motion.
So you're correct. A motion to table, it does require a second. It's not debatable. And it's not amendable. So it's subject to majority vote. So I think what Councilmember O'Neill is saying is that if you're going to move forward with a third motion that's just slightly different than your original motion, he had moved to table that, and then that would be voted on.
Mine was not just an alteration of Diane's. It was a different motion.
Been a second on the motion to table, which needs
So
to be
let's
voted
vote
on.
It'd be voting on the motion to table.
Yep.
So voting on the motion to table, all in favor?
You can do raise of hands. That would be council members Blom, Duffield, Muldoon, and O'Neill.
All right.
4-3.
And then for clarification on the substitute motion, I have down that the council members that would be writing arguments in favor would be O'Neill and Blom. Is there a third or not, or just the two? Just the two. And then I had neglected when I listed off the action items for Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon. I didn't mention subpart G. I don't think that's right. Subpart G, which would also need to be part of that motion. So that would need to be incorporated.
Are there any council members who would write the argument against also?
You don't have to, you can designate or not. That doesn't have to be part of the motion. You can add that to the motion if you like to.
At least offer.
Yeah, so if you want to add to the motion, so just to get for clarification, it's A, B, C, D, E, and G. The council members designated to write in favor are O'Neill and Blom. And then if the council wants to incorporate it, or if the maker of the motion and second of the motion wants to incorporate into that motion people to write against, arguments against, you can designate other council members to write against.
Yeah, so I'll just offer up a friendly amendment to my substitute motion for anyone who wants to submit their names as being against.
Is there anyone who would like to be considered to be added to write the arguments against?
Write the argument against.
So Councilmember Dixon and Councilmember Brenner? It gives you priority.
Yes.
By designating you.
But I have a point of order question. So if I was on the list of people to speak and Councilmember O'Neill went before me to make his motion, how is that proper?
Well, I think we've all been pretty loose in the past. If you want to speak, go ahead and speak. You've already spoken, but if you want to speak,
But
please speak.
I was on the list and before Will made his motion.
Well, as a point of order,
Yeah.
there were 3 motions on the table. You wouldn't have been able to make another motion anyway.
Yeah, and I'll just tell you, historically, for those in the audience, we haven't had a table motion because it's been generally accepted. We're loosely follow the rules here that a substitute is the one that has priority, and you can't substitute a substitute. So, you're seeing the more formal sign of us, but this is the way it's always done. Essentially, there's a motion.
The
substitute
3
motion, and then-
motions that were on the table, I'm not sure I'm clear about what those 3 motions were.
Diane's original, Kevin's substitute, Diane's
Diane
substitute.
did never get to her substitute motion.
She made a
She
motion.
said if I were to alter it, but she didn't actually make a third motion.
My original motion was the original motion.
I agree.
And as Mr. Muldoon said, that I misspoke and called it a substitute when it was really the original motion.
There was a motion.
First.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
I believe there were three motions, but we'll ask the city clerk. Were there three motions or were there two?
I was under the same impression as the city attorney that there were.
Well, this is where I was trying to
three.
clarify with you, Aaron, is that
Yeah, there could be three motions on the.
I asked you if I could.
You did. There could be three motions on the floor. Two of those can't be the same motion, though.
Right.
You
So
can't
she
have,
never made it
So you
because-
can't have a motion, a substitute motion, and then basically try to gain the position of hierarchy by making the same motion as your original motion by substituting it back in.
And adding in redistricting.
Yeah, and there was a slight modification made, so there were three motions then on the floor, and it was moved to table it.
Well, you
The-
told her she couldn't. I mean, she didn't make a third motion because you told her she couldn't.
The city clerk says that the
I
third
was
motion was
asking you a
made.
question if I could do that, and you said no. I mean, and then Will made his motion to table.
So what I personally don't want is any complaints of process, so I'm willing to withdraw the vote on Councilwoman Dixon's motion, so no one can say we didn't give them a fair shot, see where the vote is, and then I'll make my motion. So I'm going to withdraw my alternate motion, my substitute motion. That means that Councilwoman Dixon's motion, original motion stands. We can call on that unless they want to amend it, and then we can vote on my substitute, Mr. Harp. That way, no one can say there were games played.
So I think the way it would work is you just withdraw your substitute
what I'm
motion,
doing?
you vote on Diane's motion, and then
Okay.
you can make an alternative motion.
Perfect.
That's probably the best way to do it,
I
because
say
the
we'll
hierarchy
follow it.
still would be substitute first.
And where does my request to make a third motion
You would
fall
amend,
into
you would
all
offer
this?
friendly amendment to Mrs. Dixon's motion.
Mrs. Dixon's.
Make a friendly amendment.
Okay, so
So can I allow her to do that? No?
this is all just becoming way too complicated. Let's just vote. So
Well,
Kevin.
let her, I accept her to make a friendly amendment.
Oh, okay, to make a friendly amendment. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, because it's apparent that Diane's motion is going to fail, I'm going to make a motion that we submit to the voters the option of directly electing our mayor for 2 years at a time with a maximum of 4 years and none of the other changes that were in this original motion, so that the districts be the same. If we have to add a seat up here to have 8 of us, that's fine, but the districts would remain the same. Every district would continue to have the representation that they have. We would elect a mayor for 2-year terms, and that's simple. And it takes out all the other confusion about who controls the agenda and every other question that we've been discussing tonight.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Ready?
All right.
That was a motion, and Diane seconded it.
So yes, that's amending Diane's original motion. So let's go ahead. If everyone's fine with that, let's just go ahead and vote on that.
Okay, the system is freezing, so why don't we do a raise of hands? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. That would be Mayor Avery and Council Members Dixon and Brenner. The motion fails 3-4.
Okay, now you can make an alternative motion.
I will reinstate my substitute motion, in the form of an alternative motion, with the aforementioned inclusions that Mr. Harp stated on the record. And
I'll second.
thank you.
And just to confirm for everybody, so that's A through E and G, and designating O'Neill and Blom to write in favor. Did you want to add anyone to write against?
I don't know if I do. I don't.
It's the option. You don't have to
I don't think I'll
exercise
make
it.
that decision tonight.
So if you like to include your name and not accept the offer later, it's up to you. Now is the time to include it, to have
This would be the only chance to include it.
only chance.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, so Councilwoman Brenner, do you want to submit your name? Again, it's the option. You can deny it later.
I'm not going to do this by myself, am I?
I'll go with you.
Okay, Brad and I.
All right, so it would be Mayor Avery as against and Councilmember Brenner against. And that's in Resolution 2021-105. Those names will be inserted.
I accept that amendment.
Seconded by Councilmember Blom. Okay, computer is still frozen. Please raise your hand if you are in favor of the motion. That would be Council Members O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon, Council Members Duffield and Blom. The motion carries 4-3.
Maybe we should just take a brief break while the room clears. Okay. Mayor, Avery.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Yep. 5-minute break.
Who called you?
Now, Grace, if you want to change cities because of long meetings, I understand that.
Okay, item 15, fiscal year 2020-21 year-end budget results.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Catlett, your Finance Director. We have a brief presentation prepared for this evening, recognizing the late hour. So briefly, I wanted to summarize where we ended with our top 3 revenues. Property tax ended about $2 million above budget. So our strongest revenue source and our most stable revenue source. Sales tax actually had a record year this year, $450,000 higher than in 18-19, and about $4.4 million above budget. So our retailers are recovering strongly, and we're in a good position for sales tax. Hotel tax remains our most challenging revenue source, but we're in a better position than we thought we would be. We've had several hotels demonstrating record revenues thanks to high room rates. So been surprised at that number and very happy to see that going up in the year ahead. Bottom line, as you can see here, the deviation from the original post-COVID or pre-COVID projection to the now post-COVID projection, that we've rebounded nicely to about $5 million below the original line. Bottom line for the general fund results, we ended with a $31 million surplus, but it's important to put that number in context. Of that number, $24 million, you'll see at the top of the screen, was prior year surpluses from the prior 2 years that we carried forward to weather the pandemic. So $7 million is current year revenues, and the budget for the new year that we're in now is fully balanced, which essentially means that this is all one-time money. So while we have $31 million, and that's a great place to be in, this is an accumulation of 3 years of our year-end surpluses and kind of a unique situation for the city because of COVID.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. You mind? Can I comment on that for just a moment? I recognize the late hour, so I won't spend much time on this. We spent quite a bit of time talking about this at the Finance Committee. I'd like to just point out just a few things for council members who weren't on the Finance Committee, and it looks like members of the public who are already at the Finance Committee. Good to see you again, including new Finance Committee member Nancy Scarborough. We have a 3-year surplus represented here. This is never going to happen again, but the reason that it happened in the first place is because we have switched over this past year from basically spending the surplus money in the full fiscal year after the surplus exists to using it in the year after. So basically, fiscal year end 19, we would be using it in the 21-22 cycle. Now, fiscal year 19 ends, we would be using it in fiscal year 19-20. It just so happened we caught, like when the pandemic started, it just so happened that we actually had, we were switching over. So that's why you had a 2-year ago surplus, a 1-year ago surplus, and then this past year's surplus. So that is an aberration that will never happen again. But we had put a lot of this on hold just given that when COVID started, we needed to have essentially what we would kind of call a super reserve. And so the reason in this next slide, we're going to be asked to waive our council policy that Councilmember Dixon and I actually helped draft years ago. The normal course is to spend half of that on long-term liabilities and debt. that would be ridiculous with $31 million surplus. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is a very unique situation for us, but it's going to be helpful for us in terms of being able to use it toward CIP that we had deferred a little bit. Thanks.
As Councilmember O'Neill indicated, under City Council Policy F5, we're directed as staff to bring forward recommendations, putting half of the funds into long-term liabilities and half into infrastructure and CIP. So recognizing that the surplus is larger than in typical years, staff is recommending a deviation from the policy. Have some details on that on the next slide, and the Finance Committee recommended staff's recommendations be forwarded to the council. Specific recommendations are that $5 million be put towards our CalPERS liability, bringing that to $40 million for the third year. And then $10.5 million on the longer term side would go into our FFP and Harbor and Beaches Master Plan to help fund paying for the replacement of our infrastructure and facilities. The other $15.5 million would go into the CIP, and then those funds would be brought forward as part of the upcoming year's budget process when the council deliberates on what projects are in the CIP, where we would actually choose the use of those funds. And we also wanted to point out that we have $10.1 million of ARPA funds available. That's the most recent federal stimulus funds that were given out to cities. We've demonstrated revenue loss for those funds, which means that we can then use those for CIP projects. And with that, staff's recommendations are on the screen before you to waive the policy and to allocate those funds into next year's budget process. Thank you.
And if I can just add right at the end, so really the recommendation tonight is to allocate into these categories, but the actual specific projects, those would come at a later time period. So we do intend to come back to talk about CIP and infrastructure, and then really at our traditional January planning workshop, we would really dive into the details with the specific projects there, and with, of course, community input and council input there.
Great. Any other comments?
And my only comment is that this staff recommendation comes with the unanimous support of the Finance Committee as well.
Yep. Anything else? Okay. So any public comments?
Nancy Scarborough again. Hi. This is an unusual budget, obviously, and I would, with the current situation that we're in with our housing and the RENA numbers that we're facing, we had just a devastating meeting earlier this afternoon. I would like to suggest that you encourage staff to consider part of that 15.5 infrastructure money to be used in some way to help mitigate our problem with RENA, because I think that is, it's just a huge problem for us, and I don't know how we're going to manage to make those numbers work without some incentives and some kind of a program to either encourage ADUs or build some senior housing that we help somehow finance land or part of the construction or something. I don't know what it would be, but I would like to explore that possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right. Seeing none. One more?
No, I was going to make the motion.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move staff recommendation on this item.
I'll second.
You have a substitute motion? Good job. Okay.
May I make a third motion?
You ready to vote?
So technically, the city clerk's a parliamentarian, so I'm not going to answer any more questions.
Are we voting manually or?
Yes, hands raised if you are in favor of the motion. That's unanimous, 7-0.
Okay. Motion for reconsideration, Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Thank you. Tonight, we're adjourning in memory of Paul Salata, and Mr. O'Neill will read his memory, and David Niederhaus. And we have one more, too.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, Sergeant Randy Taylor. And I will read that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's tough to be a sports fan around Orange County and not know Paul Salata, or at least not know Paul's lasting positive effects. He was a former USC football player whose college career was briefly interrupted in 1945 when he served in the Army Air Corps during World War II. Showing some impressive athletic abilities, he lettered on both the football and baseball teams. In fact, he caught a touchdown in a Rose Bowl win, and later played infield on USC's first college World Series championship in 1948. His time in the NFL gave him his first taste of a lifetime affair being affiliated with the professional game. In 1976, Paul created the Mr. Irrelevant Award. For non-football fans, let me explain. Basically, NFL teams get to select the rights to players, generally college football players. The very last person drafted has the honorific title of Mr. Irrelevant. In 1976, the Steelers selected Kelvin Kirk as the 487th pick to become the first ever official Mr. Irrelevant, which, given Paul's involvement, you would understand that apparently the Rams actually had the next to last pick and tried to pass to the Steelers so that the Rams could get the last pick and enjoy the Mr. Irrelevant festivities that Paul had planned. The NFL ended up creating what they called the Salata rule to prohibit that effort. In 2021, Mr. Irrelevant was Grant Stewart of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the 259th overall pick. Paul's approach was to celebrate the players selected, have a whole lot of fun with it, and raise money for charities. A lot of money. The players typically enjoyed great days in Newport Beach and at Disneyland. The crowning event was the Lozman Banquet, where Paul was the regular master of ceremonies. Paul passed away this past weekend, missing his 95th birthday by a day. Richard Dunn, a longtime local sports writer, summed it up perfectly. Quote, "Loved God, family, Irrelevant Week, and USC. Blessed and honored to know him for so many years. Always had a twinkle in his eyes. Heaven has a new MC."
Okay, we're also adjourning tonight in memory of David Niederhaus, who passed away on October 15th at the age of 80. David was a former General Services Director for the city of Newport Beach, and he retired in 2005 after 18 years of service. Prior to his city career, he served 23 years in the U.S. Marine Corps and was a decorated war hero and pilot in Vietnam. He flew 882 missions, was shot down 3 times. Among his many military honors, he earned the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Purple Heart in Vietnam, and he retired from the Marines as Lieutenant Colonel. After leaving the city of Newport Beach, he served for several years as a volunteer fire chief for the Holy Jim Canyon Volunteer Fire Department in South Orange County. He's survived by his wife, 2 children, and 4 grandchildren. Services will be held at Pacific View Mortuary and Memorial Park in Corona del Mar, with a viewing on November 13th at 2 p.m. and burial with military honors on November 14th at 2 p.m. And this is difficult for all of us at the city. Our final adjournment tonight is a very personal and sad one. We join everyone in the Newport Beach Police Department in mourning the untimely loss of Sergeant Randy Parker, who passed away suddenly last night at the age of 44. Randy served this community for 20 years as a police officer, detective, and supervisor. He was a 3rd-generation officer. Both his father and grandfather served as officers in our police department. Randy was known for his sense of humor and his unwavering dedication to the things that were dearest to him, his work and his relationships. He is survived by his wife and 11-year-old twins. Let us join all who knew and loved Sergeant Parker in honoring his memory tonight. And we are adjourned.